Okay, the goal is to get an audio check. So, and for you folks that are watching in the reruns, as always, do your boy a solid. Put rerun in the comments so I know that you're watching. I know that some of you folks watching the reruns because right now that's the only way. If you're seeing it right now, you're in the reruns because nobody's in here. So we're waiting for folks filter in. But give me a minute. We're going to be talking about there's a bunch going on. Certainly with these. What is the guy's name? Al Saeed. I can't even think of the guy. The guy that just won in Michigan. Add him on with Mamdani, and it appears that Muslim candidates are starting to win in terms of national offices. So we're going to talk about that. So give me a minute, and we'll get the live going. Let me know if you guys got audio as well. So let me know if you can hear me okay. Audio's good here, Jake. Appreciate that. So give me a minute to get my other stream up, and we'll be going live in a minute. But good evening to you. Happy, what is it, Thursday? Almost, the week is almost over. Wow, these days go by fast. They really do. I mean, I can't believe it is it's Thursday already. It seemed like it was just the weekend. So give me a second here. I'm actually getting my other stream going, and we can get the party going. I got some serious questions. Certainly with all of these Muslim candidates, that's starting to become problematic, I think, in the eyes of MAGA. So we want to talk about that because this guy that just won in Michigan, man, some of the things they're saying about this guy, I got clips for you I want you to hear, and we'll talk about it. So I'm almost done here. I've never heard the term socialism and communism so much in America, but it is really, really being wore out now. And well, I mean, listen, if you guys think that all the Democrats are being socialists, I suppose it is worthy of discussion. I'm not there yet. I don't think most Democrats want socialism, but I do believe it has its value in terms of its demonization value. I do believe it has really good demonization value, so I can understand the right milking it for all it's worth because it does have value to it. So I think we're up and live. We'll make sure my last stream gets going. Nevertheless, I will say welcome to the program. It is indeed, once again, your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, like I stated earlier, to my small audience, YouTube, to my YouTube audience. The week is almost over with, so hopefully you guys are having a wonderful week so far as it's coming to a conclusion. Tomorrow's Friday. So, time is flying. But anyway, I want to talk to you folks about several issues I got. Several. And of course, we'll be taking callers and all kinds of other shit will come up as well. But certainly going to talk about what is the name of this candidate in Michigan. I should have wrote his name down. I cannot believe I don't have. Let me El Saeed. What the fuck is his name? Because I think that these candidates, they're starting to frighten MAGA. And I want to ask you folks, Abdul is Saeed. Is that the? Am I pronouncing it right? Let me make sure I get it because this is going to come up a lot on this program. Abdul. We all know Abdul. That's been to some degree. My grandfather, may he rest in peace. Abdul used to be almost like a racial slur. Go down there and see if you can buy one from Abdul. That was just like what is the typical name for Hispanics? Is it Jose or if somebody used that name, you know they're talking about the Hispanic community. Well, Abdul was the name for the Islam or the Arab community. So I remember my grandfather, like I said, when I was much younger, he was using Abdul as a slur. But what I want to ask you folks right off the bat, and I'll end up doing a poll on this on YouTube as well. Does it concern you at all to have Muslim candidates elevating themselves and actually winning their way into national politics. Does it concern you, the thought of having Muslim Congress, Muslim senators, and who knows, maybe one day even a Muslim president? Does that concern you at all? Because that is being discussed. Somebody, let me know in the comments. I'll end up doing a poll. And I see Michael Hacker says yes, and so does Creed. We're going to be talking about Muslim candidates. Now, in the comments, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, says a handsome conservative, the man, the myth, the legend, the icon, the man who is building his platform on Clapper, and I didn't make that damn video. The only man who is as humble as I am, the handsome liberal. Thank you for the entry, starting off with the support. Handsome conservative, I always appreciate those openings. I did not take your advice yet because I've been so busy, but I am going to do that Clapper video. And by the way, for folks who do want to call in on this show, if you have the Clapper app, CLAPPER, just like clapping. If you have the Clapper app, you can actually be a caller by just simply getting the app. It's free, and our name on there is the same as on all platforms, The Handsome Liberal. So starting out with the program, though, does a Muslim candidate at the national level, Muslim senator, Muslim Congress, potentially Muslim president, who knows, a Muslim Supreme Court justice, does that concern you at all? Because we now have one coming out of Michigan. Mamdani is not a senator, congressman, or anything at the national level, but he has national implications. I mean, we know Rudolph Giuliani ran for president. So, I mean, being a mayor of the world's, or not the world's, but the nation's, being a mayor of the nation's largest city, you're going to get a lot of attention. And with Mamdani being a Muslim mayor of New York, he's going to get a lot of attention. And he's going to be heavily discussed until he's no longer mayor. But that's what we're asking, and I'll end up doing a poll on that. Does a Muslim senator, congressman, president, anything at the national level, Muslim in the Supreme Court justice, does a Muslim candidate concern you at all? And considering that the right is bringing this up a lot, do you see any issue that might suggest there is Islamophobia at play? What say you? Tap the screen, by the way, if you're watching us on TikTok. Get us up to 10,000. You guys know how the program is ran. We take our first caller at 10,000. If you're watching us on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. You know, we do like to talk to our MAGA. So by you smashing that like button, it helps out that and brings us in folks from both sides of the aisle. We don't just want an echo chamber. So if we can get independents and MAGA on there, we're always happy to do so. And I'm screwing up with my clapper. I don't know why this camera's all jacked up. Here we go. I think that's right. But we're going to be talking about what's on the prompter behind me. Because you see, I got on there, America Last and Free Shit. And I want to explain to you what I'm talking about. But before we do, I want you to hear a couple videos, because I'm mentioning Muslim candidates on the rise and whether or not folks are concerned with this. Now, you're not going to see much here, but you'll certainly hear it. This is Texas Senator Ted Cruz. He's speaking with Jesse Waters on Fox News.
Is that where the energy is? They want to cancel Thanksgiving?
They're crazy enough, yes. They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. Look, these communists hate America. They hate capitalism. El Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mamdani. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law. They hate Jews, they hate Christians, they hate capitalism, they hate America. All of this is coming together in a way that is really a toxic, toxic stew.
Is that where
there's a lot of barbs in that? Wow. See in the comments, Trudy says, what a bunch of bullshit. There's a lot of barbs in that. And by the way, Ted Cruz is not the only one. You would absolutely know our commander-in-chief, President Trump, chimed in on this as well. Some might say his comments are even stronger.
but in Congress who are working every day to defend the American dream for you and your children, the radical left, the maniacs that are trying to destroy it with the disaster known as not socialism, communism. It's communism. These are communists. And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul el-Sayed. Can you believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul el-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates.
Okay, so what I want to point out in this is I've been having conversations with my folks on the left, my beloved MAGA, the folks I enjoy talking to as well. One of the things that really pissed off MAGA from the very beginning of Trump's term is the suggestion that if Trump became president, he was going to become some kind of racist, some kind of hatred of immigrants, all this other stuff. And, you often hear the retort from the right. Well, what has he ever said that's racist? I want to submit this to you. He is doing exactly to Abdul el-Sayed or whatever this guy's name is. He's doing the same thing to this guy that many on the right did not like being done to him. He is suggesting that if you put this guy in power, he's going to show hatred towards the Jewish community. Where's the evidence of this? What has he said that is so powerful that Trump and Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz is saying the same thing, what has he said that gives Trump this belief? Now, hopefully I can get some MAGA on here and help clear that up, because that's a strong statement. A U.S. senator a U.S. Senate candidate, because he may or may not be victorious, but a U.S. candidate for Senate hates the Jewish people. What has this man said to get Trump to make that statement? Like I said, I would love to get some MAGA on here eventually so we can talk about that. But continuing on, now, in addition to asking, do you have any issue with Muslim candidates at the national level, we have a couple other topics, and I do want to, this one here, I gotta ask, why does President Trump keep finding money? Now, you hear about these Muslim candidates, promoting socialism. We cannot afford socialism. It will destroy the country. We're too big of a nation. We can't afford it. Who's going to pay for it? Where the money is going to come from? You've heard all of these responses to anything from healthcare to daycare to tuition forgiveness, et cetera, et cetera. Who's going to pay for it? We as a nation cannot afford it. We're going broke. That's what you often hear. I'm going to submit to you the simple question. If we are going broke, if we cannot afford said entitlement and social programs, why does our commander-in-chief, President Trump, seem to keep finding money? I'm going to give you a list that I was able to compile predominantly off the dome. And I'm certain some of you folks, this will jar your memory. If you got others, add it in the comments. Before we do, Dencal says there was the same fear with a black man for Obama. Well, they were saying Obama was a Muslim too. Remember the John McCain town hall where the woman said she wasn't going to vote for Obama because he was a Muslim? Right about that, Dencal. But they were saying Obama was both, which is why Trump still says Hussein fairly prominent in any discussion of Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. You don't even hear Trump using his own middle name. You don't even hear the right using Trump's own middle name, but they keep using Obama. So they still are kind of trying to indicate, at least to some degree, that Obama has some Muslim in him as well. Tim, the Republicans have nothing else to run on, says Jermaine. We'll talk about it. So when I say President Trump keeps finding money, and I'm going to implore you folks on TikTok, tap the screen. We'll take the first call at 10,000. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goals, and feel free on all platforms to share the lie. Why does Trump keep finding money? When I say finding money in a nation that we can't afford these social programs, entitlements, we're not socialists. He had a military parade on his birthday in 2025. This year it was a UFC fight. Now he suggests that the UFC fight was covered by private donors. Look, the construction of the ring, the construction of the facilities, all was that 100% covered by private donors, or was us taxpayers paying the bill for some of that stuff? I'll leave it up to you. But the military parade was 100% on us. UFC fight. Now he's talking about a tribunal arch costing millions. We've already wasted about 20 million on a reflective pool, and it's still at square one. Now there's apparently some kind of major race that's going to take place in DC, Formula One or something of that nature. They're going to drive at high speed through the city, and they are fixing the city up to make that happen as well in DC. We've talked many times about the hundreds of millions to refurbish the jet from Qatar. That is an expense that has not been complete yet. In addition to the jet from Qatar, the new Air Force One, he's working on a new Marine One. You see the one I'm holding up? This is the current version of Marine One. They're getting a new, bigger and better Marine One. So you're talking about something that's going to replace that multi-million-dollar helicopter from Sikorsky. And of course, they're going to need a bigger helipad to land on. So they're getting all of that as well. We can talk about the ballroom. That's another thing that's been in the news. President Trump actually had several statues in DC painted with gold-coated painting, cost millions of dollars. We can talk about the Kennedy Memorial and how much it cost to fight that back and forth through the courts. We can talk about huge photographs of President Trump all throughout DC. Even the fighting against E. Jean Carroll to avoid paying her out was covered by us, the taxpayers, as Trump fought not to pay out her defamation suit. She's won the first one. He's still fighting the second one at our expense. We're covering his legal bills on that. Now, in addition to those expenses, we're talking about optional shit. We're talking about expenses that are optional. In a country that cannot afford entitlements and socialism will make us collapse. I'm asking the question, why does President Trump, in a country that cannot afford anything because we're going broke, why does he keep finding money? We can talk about the Iran war and how you feel about that. But make no mistake about it, nobody was expecting to cover the expense for that when we elected Trump. We can also talk about the ongoing defense of the nation of Israel. We've used more of our interceptors, our Patriot batteries, defending incoming ordnance to Israel than we have defending ourselves. All of this was not talked about before President Trump became our commander-in-chief. Now, in addition to this, Trump has already announced there's going to be a Trump-class battleship. There's Trump-class battleships on the way and F-47 fighter jets. And then on top of all of this, he claims Cuba is next. So I'm asking, in a country that cannot afford socialism, cannot afford tuition forgiveness, cannot afford health care, cannot afford to do anything for the downtrodden because we are fucking broke, how does President Trump keep finding money for a host of optional shit costing triple-digit millions? How does he keep finding money? I need somebody to explain that to me because we don't have any. We can't deal with socialism. We're broke. Does it seem like he sees it that way? So, but you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. Where our comments go left of Mamdani to I'm having dinner with Q. We are always MAGA friendly, always have been MAGA friendly, always will be MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor you or even limit your time because you got a different political opinion. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. I want to play one other quick clip, side topic that is worthy of discussing. And it's somewhat unrelated to all of this stuff, but it's certainly something we discuss often, and I want to get your opinion on this. This was just a woman on one of the social media platforms making a statement, but I do want to play her statement.
Talk about black on black crime. You've heard it. I've heard it a lot. So let's talk about it. We don't talk about black on black crime because we don't talk about white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, brown on brown crime, because crime is overwhelmingly committed within communities. And something that surprises a lot of people is that America is super segregated by race. I know, you probably didn't know that. So why are you demanding that one race have its own label for this crime if it's true across other races? You don't start demanding that we talk about white on white crime, talk about problems within the white community. And that is fascinating because let me show you a completely random example. In 2025, 98% of people sentenced for federal CSAM cases were men. 73% of them were white men. So this is a pattern that isn't true for every racial group. Yet when is the last time you heard your MAGA uncle talk about how white men are just natural-born child predators? Again, totally random, right? I'm just asking questions. Demanding we start talking about black on black crime is taking a pattern that's true of every racial group and presenting it as though it's a uniquely black issue, unless there's another reason this phrase gets used. And I could be completely wrong. One woman, one opinion, right? But hypothetically, what if this phrase is only brought up when people are talking about police accountability, systemic racism, segregated and underfunded schools, poverty, gun control? Yeah. Because again, hypothetically, that would be a great way to completely change the subject every single time.
Now, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to ask you folks, do you see any racism at all when folks, or any issue, period, when folks bring up black on black crime? Because one thing she is correct about is that people commit crimes in close proximity. Most African-American victims of crime, the perpetrator was a black person as well. Well, most white victims of crime, the perpetrator was a white person. Most Hispanic, you get what I'm saying. The crime usually comes from people that are around you. It's not like, a bunch of brothers are going to jump in the car and drive out to Montana and stick somebody up. It's going to happen in the hood somewhere. So we do want to point out, do you see any sort of intolerance, or do you see any, does she make any points at all in that? So I want to talk to you about that, but we're going to get into the nitty gritty of this. And of course the live stream is being referred to as "Does MAGA Support America Last?"
You cared about Hunter Biden, but you don't join any Democrats in calling to look at how Trump's sons get billions of dollars in defense contracts in industries they don't know jack shit about. God damn, Senator Ron Johnson, you really are a truth speaker in your party. He said it right on my show. It's a team sport. You don't investigate your own, was the implication. God, so ugly, so obvious. What happened in draining the swamp? What happened in no more deep state? Have you no integrity of principle? Nothing but fealty to one man who's in your face, just being so corrupt about what you say you cared about. Man, you change a letter, everything looks better.
That makes an interesting point. Hunter Biden was a major topic we covered here a lot. We covered Hunter Biden and his perception of corruption a lot. And obviously, Chris Cuomo, these guys are making a killing. The Trump sons, off of industries they don't have any prior knowledge of. How are they making a mint off of all of these industries they have no knowledge whatsoever on? And he rightfully points out MAGA ain't saying nothing about it. They seem to be okay with it. Looking in the comments before we go into Trump, and like I said, tap the screen. We'll take the first caller at 10,000. Fox News showed a Trump clip. Is President Trump out of tune with what's going on?
At an all-time stock market high. Yep. 401ks are the highest they've ever been by double and triple. We have more people working in the United States today than ever in history. We're doing an unbelievable job. Costs are coming way down. I inherited, they talk about costs. I inherited very, very high costs, and they're all coming down now. The food, the groceries, it's all coming down. We've done a great job.
He said that yesterday. That's what he said said yesterday. So I'll leave it up to you guys to let me know if your food and grocery costs and all. I mean, he said we're doing an unbelievable job. He just said this yesterday. So I'll leave that one up to you. So looking in the comments, gotta take the country back from these boomers, says the contrarian. Well, I mean, yeah, we probably do need to start propelling some younger individuals, some young blood up there. So I don't totally disagree with that. Tap the screen. Of course, he wants his family to be part of the elite. His family were born part of the elite. They're not, the Trump family are no longer part of the elite. They're now part of the 0.01%. I mean, they're way the fuck up there. I mean, all of his children individually have generational wealth. I mean, each one of his children has enough wealth for multiple generations from them. Even Barron, who's like 20 years old or something like that. I mean, all of them have, and some of them just acquired it within the last, since Trump became a politician. You mean like when they talk about white privilege, when she just said white on white, no racism? I don't quite get what you're saying there, Handsome Conservative. Clear that one up. And you can give gifts on Clapper and become a subscriber on Clapper. Yes, if you become a subscriber on Clapper, we'll certainly bring you up. You can set the audience and the host right as usual. That man just lies or he's living on another planet, says Ernita. Well, look, Trump may be actually accurate when he says the stock market. I don't know about 401ks. It depends on what you got your investments allotted to. But, I mean, look, I do believe the upper class and the further up you go, the more beneficial the Trump presidency is to you. He is doing very well for the folks who are the haves. It's the have-nots, which is why I'm asking, why does President Trump seem to keep finding money in a socialist country where we cannot afford shit? How is he continuing to find money? I'll bring on Dencal on Instagram. Good evening, Dencal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Why does he keep finding money? Or how does he keep finding money?
I don't know. I don't know. Did you see the post that he made? It was probably at the beginning of his second term when they asked him about finding the money. He said, "I don't know. I always find the money." Like he just literally moves money around. That's why they called that $1.778 billion thing a slush fund, because that's what he does. That's what business people do.
Yeah, but why is okay, then if you're capable of finding money, that's awesome. That sounds like maybe the makings of a great leader. But why can't you find the money for the American people? He's finding money, but it's only going in the hands of a small minority of Americans.
Right. Well, that's not necessarily indicative of a good business person. That's indicative of somebody who understands that they want to have money to do what they want to do and not what's necessarily the best thing. So he just like he did for the wall. Remember, he went to court and took money from military housing, military family housing, to put towards the wall. Like what he does is he overinflates these budgets. He gets Congress to approve them, and then the money that they're not spending, he takes it and does whatever he wants to with it. So it's not that we don't have the money to do certain things. We don't have the money to do the things we think we need for the American people. But he can find money because, they they had to put a new helipad at Mar-a-Lago too, right?
I didn't even think about that. Wherever it lands, they're going to need a helipad. Yeah, I didn't.
Exactly.
So he got a helipad at the crib. I mean, my God. And look, that's the helipad at the crib. Now, understand, okay, he's flying in Marine One. Once he's no longer president, I mean, he's gotten a free helipad out of it.
Yeah, a lot more than that.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. Shit, he might get a free helicopter by the time he's done.
He might get a new runway for that new jet he got.
Wow.
Right next to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking. Does MAGA see this differently? Because they're not complaining about this stuff.
They not. For some reason, MAGA seems to fancy themselves as a part of the 1%. Like they don't have no problem with money going, our tax dollars going towards these pet projects and stuff, and they keep saying, well, if it wasn't for rich people, we wouldn't have anything. I don't know where that mentality comes from. They're saying that
it comes from I think it's a derivative of trickle down economics. They'll often say, as opposed to giving something to a poor person, I'd rather give it something to give something to the upper class, because the response is, I've never gotten a job from a poor person. So the belief is that if you do for the wealthy, they will in turn do for you. Now, obviously, there's an argument that they don't do shit for you, but that's what they believe.
Right, which is the craziest belief, because anybody that understands anything about a capitalist society is, if you remove any of those rich people, there will be people who will step in and fill that void. That's how capitalism works. So them saying that if it wasn't for the rich people, everybody would be poor is stupid, because that means that they're saying that the regular citizens of this country don't have no aspiration to get wealthy themselves. So it's always going to be somebody to replace. If you took Walmart or Amazon out the picture right now, there will be 1,000 people online trying to create another Amazon.
Well, first of all of the businesses that Walmart and Amazon closed up, all of the small, there's a whole, people boast about how many jobs Walmart or Amazon are creating. Like, how many small businesses went belly up because of them, and they paid less than those former businesses. But in the comments, Gen X is pushing back on our conversation. He says, just go get jobs and earn your keep like the rest of us do. How do you respond? How do you respond to that?
We already have.
Yeah.
We already did it. You're doing it right now. I have before.
I would be on all day if I didn't have a job. During the day, anytime you see me in my car doing stuff, I'm working. My shorts that I create, because I'm fucking working during the day.
I don't understand how every time we have a comment or something that we see bad happening in the country, they assume it's happening to us, and saying that we shouldn't have a right to even speak about it.
Well,
the damn people that's affected by it, and they ain't got shit, they don't want them to say nothing either.
Well, the belief is that the folks all crying out for these entitlements and this socialist stuff, the belief is that they're all not working. They don't, if you just go out and get a job and work hard, you won't be crying out for free shit. They believe that everybody crying out for health care and fucking, daycare and tuition assistance, all of them are just sitting at home not working, wanting free handouts. That's kind of the belief of that.
And then they will sit there and listen to Trump yesterday say the more Americans in the history of the world are working right now today. They can listen to those two things that are categorically opposite and agree with both of them.
Well, something, what Trump is doing, I understand, in defense of Trump, as I always say, I understand any politician suggesting that people are working and they're creating jobs, because saying we're creating jobs does not tell the tale. The fact is, are those jobs paying a living wage? You could create a ton of jobs, but if everybody out there working is making 10, 11 bucks an hour, that ain't saying shit. Okay, well, how much is that job paying? Can the person survive off of just that job alone, or do they need to compile 2 or 3 of those to make it and get by? You don't hear any politician on the left or the right ever talking about the quality of the jobs they're creating.
While at the same time being able to go to the Department of Labor, being able to go to these places where the information is that says we've lost over 80,000 manufacturing jobs since he's come into office. When he came into office saying all of these, we got $18 trillion of investment into making these warehouses and these.
People believed. But listen, Trump had the what is it called? Liberation Day of tariffs, and at the time when he tariffed the whole world, he did state that folks, to get out of those tariffs and get around that stuff, they were going to agree to bring manufacturing plants and stuff back. So people do believe that what he has done in regards to Liberation Day will ultimately benefit us. They do believe a lot of those jobs are coming back.
I understand them believing they're coming back, But I am saying if they did 2 minutes worth of research, they'd find out it's not fucking true. It's not what they believe that we should be operating around. We should all be able to operate on a certain amount of facts. And the facts is there ain't no whole bunch of the factories going up around the country with $18 trillion of investment, and there is none. And all the damn investment that we have in these data centers is coming from who? The 0.001%. They're investing in their own shit, which is floating the market and making people feel like things are great. And he's a damn lie talking about some everybody 401k is double and triple. That's a damn lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will give Trump credit for the simple fact of he has the unique ability of saying something and people just believe it. I mean, he don't always have to provide proof.
Goddamn credit for being a doctor.
I'm giving the man credit. Look, do I have to put on the damn MAGA hat? I'm giving Trump credit. He can say something, and unlike with other politicians, he does not have to prove it. His word alone is his bond. A lot of folks like that. They like just being able to trust the guy.
Hey, you're in a pretty good spot in your show because the people you say that about have no idea.
I'm just saying he is a president that has the ability to say something. I mean, I get people all the time bragging about stuff that really is just something Trump said. Like there are videos all over social media of people at Trump rallies giving Trump credit for being one of the best presidents ever because he ended 8 wars. That's just something he said, but he didn't really actually have to prove it. And when they're questioned,
you can never get them to say
right. When they're questioned, when they're questioned about it, they don't they don't seem to have those 8 wars. So get a man credit. Get a man credit. He's in a unique position. So I wish I was in that position where I could just say something and therefore it is.
The man gets up in front of the whole world and says, "Yeah, we're gonna be denying these blue states this funding and shit." And then when he denies them the funding and they come.
The man has a unique set of skills, so to speak, that we can't argue with. Real quick, before we end up moving on, how do you feel about Muslims reaching the pinnacle of success? Do you have any issues with Muslims in high office? I mean, because some folks say we're a Christian country. You got Muslims now running for U.S. Senate. Muslims in Congress, Muslims in national positions of power. Making legislation. Does that concern you?
No, it doesn't concern me. I also have to look at the person. I can't just say a Muslim because that's like saying, does it bother me if a Christian is getting in there?
Well, that's exactly what we're saying.
Right, but if you look at his history, I'm from Detroit. I'm from Michigan, so I understand that every Muslim is not walking around bowing down on the carpet 6 times a day, and and basing their whole life around religion. This guy was raised by 2 white people. You look at his commercials, he's dancing to Motown. Like, this ain't the regular, like what people would think when you say the word Muslim. That's why I don't like to use the term Muslim or, to describe somebody.
Well,
he's not when they say El Fayed, you know what I'm saying? When they say that,
how about this? How about this? Someone of Middle Eastern descent.
No, I don't have no problem with somebody because everybody in this country came from somewhere else. And I can't. The mob. I don't do that.
Yeah.
Because they have come here and they have assimilated into the American, lifestyle. So just because even if they do pray to Allah, as long as they're not bringing that into the public sphere, as long as they're not introducing legislation based upon their religion, no, I don't have a problem. And like I said before, what I was saying about Obama is they were saying that he was going to destroy the world. That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
They was like, if we let him get in, because to be that competent. And when he showed them he was, they voted for him a second time. And that's how you break glass ceilings, by just saying, should we vote for him because he's a Muslim or not? Is missing the whole point of America.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do have two that's gotten through now. Well, Mamdani's not. Well, I won't say Mamdani is officially at the national level because he's the mayor, but he is the mayor of America's largest city.
That's a national level you can get without actually being in the like he's the, that's the most important state in this country. That's the financial capital of the world. So yeah, he is. Yeah, that's about as national as you can get. People seem to now forget that Europe, England, they had a Muslim in charge for years.
I'm assuming that in the UK they probably had a lot of concern with it as well because they kind of mirrored them. I mean, some of the same anti-immigrant shit is happening in the UK now as well.
Right, but whatever he did, he didn't destroy the country. They moved on from him. They say the same thing about women, but you see women all over the place getting elected now. Women getting elected is nothing anymore, which it used to be. They're saying that a woman shouldn't be the president because she has access to the to the bomb, and that she's too emotional. We got women every goddamn where now.
Well, but I'm telling you, though, I see a lot of shit on social media that suggests that that's been the downfall of this country is letting women run. I mean, some folks even suggest they shouldn't be voting, but certainly letting them run positions of political power. I get a lot of folks on the right that vehemently disagree with that, but I got to move it on, then, Cal. But I agree with you. It is a good thing to open up the glass ceiling so we can see if those stereotypes if they're true or not. Because now, saying that socialist candidates will destroy the country, that's been very effective by the right in preventing socialist candidates from winning any election. But now that at least one in Mamdani has gotten through, now we actually have a litmus test to see if what the right is saying is actually accurate or was it just fear mongering. So
right, and they don't know that El Fayed has been in politics and Michigan politics for years. And he doesn't. He has nothing to say that he's going to go vote for Sharia law or none of that stuff that they're scared of. But the last thing I want to say real quick is it was about the other day when you guys were talking about us assisting Venezuela, and they were saying what they said we gave them $600 million or something.
I already know that ain't true. But what do you got?
We gave them $350 million of about half of what they said. But they said the total cost of the rebuild is going to take about $50 billion.
Whoa.
So giving them $350 million is not even.
That's not even. That's less than what is it? Less than 1%.
It's a lot of money when you say that first, but when you're talking about a whole country and how many thousands of people died and all the destruction, saying that we gave them $350 million when we literally taking billions of dollars worth of oil from them.
Yeah. I mean, actually, all of this stuff that I just named that Trump is getting for himself in D.C. is worth more than $350 million. So he spent more than that on himself. Then, Cal, thank you for coming through. Appreciate it. All right, going to TikTok. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Who cares? People are concerned about general well-being. Well, KFC and the watermelon seed, that's a hell of a name. I don't even know where you're trying to go with that. But when you say who cares, people are concerned about general well-being. Everyone has a difference of opinion of what it involves. Losing your gun rights may be your concern of general well-being. The saving the lives of, protecting the sanctity of the unborn may be. I mean, it depends on what your personal issue is. Tuition forgiveness is somebody's general well-being financially. Everybody has a difference of opinion. So you can't say who cares because everybody doesn't care about the same shit you do. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go back to the box. Read in the comments and help your boy with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. At what age does the educational system introduce the pledge? You mean the Pledge of Allegiance? I remember personally doing it in kindergarten. I remember my country, we would do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we would sing my country. We did it in kindergarten. So that's how far back I can personally remember doing it. And to me, and I don't have a problem saying the pledge, or I don't have a problem with it, but it is indoctrination. It is absolutely, for folks who say I don't want shit shoved down my kid's throat, I don't want propaganda and indoctrination put on children, whether we're talking about CRT or the transgender stuff. I don't want my kid indoctrinated. When a child, when you have a child put their hand on their heart and say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the, what the fuck does a child know about pledging allegiance to a nation? That is 100% indoctrinated. That kid don't even know what that means. No child, certainly at the lower, in elementary school, they don't know what it means to pledge allegiance to a nation. The purpose of that is to indoctrinate that child so that you're hopefully shoving patriotism in that child. That, when they get to be 17, 18, they may enlist and they'll love the country. But you are indoctrinating that child. You just agree with that level of indoctrination. But that's exactly what that is. No kid don't know what it means to put their hand over their heart and swear allegiance and all that bullshit at 5 or 6 years old, or even at 12, they don't know what it means. Look it in the comments. Yes, I see that, Juice. I'll give it 10 minutes. For some reason, TikTok has been giving us an incredible amount of censorship. Right now, for the next 10 minutes, it claims it suspended gifts like the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes and shit like that. If that doesn't clear, I'm gonna have to drop the TikTok app. I may reset it, or if within the next 10 minutes, if that's still going on, I'm going to go ahead and either reset it or drop TikTok. Because we're on all the other platforms. Daddy Longstroke, if your participation or support is 0, it doesn't concern you. I don't think I've ever saw your name in here. So if your participation and support is 0, then it doesn't concern you. And I think that's exactly what your support is. It's 0. So you're getting free entertainment. Laugh at it or move the fuck on. He said, because I keep begging. You've never supported the program in your goddamn life. So if you don't like it, either scroll on to somebody else's live and move the fuck on, or donate a couple pennies here or there. By the way, $, the handsome liberal, if you want to reach your boy on Cash App. Anyway, moving on with the show. I can't believe somebody who donates nothing is complaining about it. Why can't Muslims be in government? Hopefully they can. Ilhan Omar is another one that's in government. Going back to the bots, we'll go to the one and only MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. I get it. We have a complicated history. Truly believed to happen next is the consequence of U.S. history, says the Bison. MAGA, good evening.
Tim, again, Denkel's full of shit. They have this whole article about all the aid we're giving Venezuela. Amazon is just shipping a bunch of shit. Like, the 386 is just money we're giving them to spend. They're still getting a bunch of supplies and a bunch of...
but Amazon is a private company, though.
Equipment.
That's a private company. Yeah, but Amazon is a private company. We're talking about how much is the American government giving them.
No, the government is using them to deliver the aid because they have the logistics to do it. And we have the USS Fort Lauderdale, which I didn't know they had a ship called the USS Fort Lauderdale, with a bunch of sailors also delivering aid. I mean, there's a whole article you could read about all the shit where... How much
aid did you read they need? Based on your reading, because Dencal gave a number. How much aid did you read that they actually need versus how much
I don't know how much they need, but they got 386 million so far. That's like up until the last time they reported it.
That's the number he gave.
Need more money, we'll give them more money. There's no... It didn't say there's a limit. I really doubt there's a limit.
You gave the same number he gave, 300 and something million. That's what he gave.
Yeah, but it's how you phrase it. He made it sound like that's all we're giving them. It's not all we're giving them. We're giving them so much help that's not all money. You know, they don't need money. Money's paper. They need supplies. They need police. They need.
Yeah, I don't. Wait, hold on.
All that shit doesn't really have a
But
price tag.
you don't think we're actually sending them boatloads of cash. That's like when the right was saying we're sending too much money to the Ukraine. No, we were giving them weapons. I'm sure we're not giving the Venezuelans money. They're just tallying up the value of what we're giving them.
The 386 is the money, and it's all we're giving them so far. If they need more, I'm sure we'll give them more. But the more important stuff is all we're doing to help them recover from the earthquake, because I don't know if you've ever been in like a hurricane. All the money in the world isn't going to help you if there's no supplies to buy.
Yeah, I don't believe we're giving them. Yeah, I don't believe we're giving Venezuelan cash in the middle of an earthquake. I do believe the assistance we're giving them, we're tallying that up. Just like with Ukraine, we were not giving them cash. We were giving them weapon systems, and we were counting how much that was worth, and then saying Biden is giving this much money to the Ukraine. But it wasn't in cash. It was in the form of weapons.
The situation is cash.
What?
I think that $386 million is just the cash.
Why? Why would you give them cash? What can somebody do?
Because they still need to pay for shit. They need to buy shit themselves. You give them a little bit of cash to buy what they need, and you also
buy it from who?
You could deliver.
Buy it from who?
From neighboring countries, from anyone they could buy stuff from.
Yeah, I don't.
From from wherever they need, from any of their neighbors.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So
it's not like cash is useless, but they need the supplies more.
Yeah. Okay, so getting into the actual topic of the show, we're talking. You see, it's titled "America Last and Free Shit." I want to ask you, because you're one of the big opponents of all of this rise of socialism and shit like that. And by the way, with my poll, I got, does Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? Got almost 100 respondents. 43% say yes. What is your take on that? Do Muslim candidates, Senate, Congress, even the potential of a Muslim president in the future, does that concern you at all?
No, not at all. I'm like Dinkel on that one. As long as he keeps religion out of it, I don't care. Just like Obama, him being black didn't really affect his presidency. It was his socialism that fucked everything up. And same with this guy. If he wasn't socialist, he wouldn't bother me at all.
You don't think Obama's skin color affected him at all?
That's not what I said. I didn't
what did you say? What did you say? Help me out. Help me out. What did you say?
Like he didn't sit there and pass laws just for black people or things like that. You know what I mean? Like everything he did was very socialist, but it wasn't like being black. Like he could have been a white Democrat and it would have made no difference.
The crazy thing is when you say he didn't pass laws just for black people, the moment he was out of office or the moment the right wanted to criticize him, that's the first thing they said is he didn't do shit for black people. You should vote for Trump because he's doing stuff for black people.
Yeah, I mean, Trump at least passed criminal justice reform, which helped a lot of black people.
And damn well if Obama had been doing stuff specifically tailored to blacks or specifically tailored to Chicagoans, your folks on your side would be saying, we didn't vote for the president of black people or the president of Chicago. We wanted a president for everybody. You would have been criticizing him for doing the shit that he didn't do, and then you criticize him when he did.
To be honest, I criticize him because things got worse for black people. It's not like he didn't do anything and things stayed the same. I'd be like, okay, whatever. But I think things got worse. I think Chicago was better off before him. But it might be what you said. It might be just the political part of it. I just never knew how bad it was. Yeah,
I can assure you, Chicago didn't get worse going from George W. Bush to Barack Obama. I can tell you that.
I gotta go look up the murder rate back then and see what it was.
But the president don't have shit to do with the murder rate. What do you think?
I know, but still, like, it's weird. It's the vibe of the whole what's it called? It's the rhetoric and vibe of the whole administration. It affects things like that.
Yeah, the president don't have. I mean, the president has nothing to do with inner city crime. It's just under Trump's first term. Look at what Trump was saying when he came in, or even toward the end of his term when he was running to get reelected against Biden. He was talking about Chicago was still a shithole and all. He wasn't bragging about how much he had improved the crime rate in liberal cities. He was still complaining about it. Even now he's complaining about him. He's been president again for 2 years. He's not making liberal cities better.
I mean, the murder rate has gone down, but you're right. His first term, he didn't want to fuck with the cities. I mean, it's the difference between his first term where he didn't want to send the what's it called, the National Guard into Chicago. With the second term, he's like, if I'm gonna get blamed for it anyway, I might as well try by sending the National Guard in.
Yeah, and I see you over there. Kevin Ashley said Trump is a god. That doesn't sound cult-like at all. What I want to ask you though, MAGA reaction, and Dencal is stating in retort to what you said that you do not know how disaster relief works. He's saying you don't know how to work, and he says Obama saved the auto industry. Hang on. He says Obama also saved the auto industry, and a lot of their employees are African Americans.
Okay, but if they were white, he would have still saved the auto industry. Same with the banks. I don't fucking tell him, oh, he saved the banks, and a lot of their employees are white.
Okay. All right.
I don't fucking say dumb shit like that. Come on, Tim.
I don't think that was dumb. And by the way, folks, apparently somebody said...
dumb. You think he saved the banks because everyone working there was white?
No, I don't think Obama was trying to specifically help out black people. I think Obama was doing what Trump is not. Obama was trying to be the president of all people. He wasn't trying to just specifically help out blacks. Trump is trying to specifically help out supporters and loyalists. If you didn't vote for Trump, he don't give a shit about you. And he's making it obvious about that. He's actually saying it out loud.
I don't think that's true, Tim.
He has literally held up aid to liberal strongholds. I mean, he's made it
clear about corruption. All the aid you guys get. I mean, look how much corruption he caught just the other day.
But MAGA, that's how you do it.
Every day they're catching more and more corruption. And if we knew that aid was being used wisely, we wouldn't fucking bother. He would have never done that. I mean, this all started with Minnesota and all the fucking fraud.
That's how but MAGA, that's how you do it. You can't legally come out and say, as president, I'm going to say fuck the opposite. You make up a legitimate sounding excuses. Like we're stopping fentanyl, but you really want to just get access to Venezuela. Hold on, let me finish. Let me make the point. The point is, you can find fraud in all 50 states. People are cheating systems and all. You think there's no welfare fraud or anything in Texas? You think there were no PPP loan fraud in Texas? You're coming up with excuses so that when you don't help liberal cities, you make it sound like it's something legitimate. But you only see all of the fraud.
It's not that there's none in Texas. It's that your states have so much of these programs that are supposed to help people, but they're not helping people. The people are just as bad.
Bullshit.
Who's being helped?
All you fucking Republicans. Wait, hold on. You want to know who's been helped? All you fucking Republicans. That's where all our tax money goes, is to Arkansas and Louisiana, all them goddamn poor Bible states. That's where the tax money is going. We're helping you out. That's where it's going.
I don't know why you guys keep saying that. I'll look into it.
But you need to look into it. And you can borrow my fucking glasses if you need them. You need to look into that, because that's where it's going.
New York is collecting all these fucking taxes from its people and turning around and putting the money in these programs that are supposed to help people. But it's fucking going to waste. It's going to fraud.
Okay.
I mean, I saw this thing on the article about how they have this whole building that's full of all this fucking... old people old people babysitting that ended up being complete fraud, and they just prosecuted that.
I'm just gonna tell you, when it comes to fraud, if you see nothing wrong in the fact that 100% of the fraud Trump finds his own liberals, I don't know what to tell you. Whether we're talking election fraud,
so much more,
whether we're talking
much more, like,
you can't find. I don't. Well, so if it's not a lot of fraud, you ignore it. That's what you're telling me.
Yes, just like all the other fraud, just like election fraud, just like all. Except this is money, so you shouldn't ignore any of it. But it's easier to catch when they have a building that's supposed to have like 1,000 fucking old people in it, and it's got like 10 or 20. Yeah.
And see, you're never going to get me to buy into that, because you said the same thing about election fraud. Well, if not a lot of people cheated, we'll overlook that. I mean,
in fact, who won? Who cares?
Cheating is
the winner.
Yeah, you say that now. The phrase you say on every damn thing else, which is one is too many. So when it comes to defending Trump, well, it wasn't that many of them, so we overlook. Laws to prevent biological males from playing in women's sports. That is about as low down as a problem that you can even get.
But you keep bringing it up. You guys keep talking about
bullshit. You the guys. Oh, so you don't say nothing about it. Your side ain't saying nothing about biological milk.
We're answering you. We're answering what you're saying. We're replying to your dumb shit.
You're telling me
you're putting these people on pedestals, and we're like, you guys are fucking crazy. These are men fucking beating up women.
Right.
And no one's complaining about them playing with
men.
But
I'm asking you this. When we bring up liberal fraud, you have no business. When we bring up conservative fraud, rather, you have no problem pushing back and saying, "Well, it's only a few people." Okay, so when we bring up trans, wait, can I finish the sentence? Can I finish the actual sentence? When we bring up conservative fraud, you have no problem pushing back and saying, "Well, it ain't happening that much." Well, when we bring up transgender shit, why don't you use the same response? It ain't happening that much.
Because you guys are trying to change the rules. It's one thing with the fraud, the rules are the rules. We're just a matter of catching them. But with the transgender shit, you guys are trying to change the rules. We're like, we need to keep the rules the same so it doesn't become a big deal.
So they're not trying to change.
Make it the normal, it's going to be change of the rules. And anyone, like, if you make it legal to commit fraud, like you make it legal to fucking harvest votes from the homeless in California, there's no stopping it at that point.
So when you say we're trying to change, so they're not trying to change any voting rules in Democrat states. It's only the liberals trying to change rules. The right ain't trying to change no rules at all.
We're trying to make it more secure. I mean, what are we
is that a rule? Does that require changing a rule? Are they trying to change rules?
Yeah, to make it more secure.
You just said the liberals are trying to change rules. Now you're admitting the other side is doing it too.
Yeah, but they're trying to change the rules to make it the norm. We're trying to change the rules to make it like a more secure election. We're not trying to change the rules.
It doesn't matter why you got your opinion. No, it doesn't
matter.
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
Because you find these fucking parallels that really don't apply. You think you fucking did something, but you don't. You don't fucking convince anyone.
Anybody can. What you're basically saying is, we believe our reason for trying to change the rules is right, and your reason is wrong. You can do that with it. That's the same argument that legalized discrimination. Well, we think this is right, and you guys. You can use that on anything.
We're trying to stop cheating. Okay, we're trying to stop cheating. We're trying to protect.
We don't believe there's any cheating happening.
You're trying to allow these fucking men or women or men or whatever to fucking cheat.
Who said that galaxy?
Let them cheat.
Who said that galaxy? No, because you believe your cause is legit and the cause of the left is illegit. That's just your opinion, though.
You don't think there's election fraud?
I think Trump has lied about far more election fraud than there actually is.
Don't make it about Trump. I told you don't make it about Trump.
Bullshit.
You believe there's election fraud.
We wouldn't be having this fucking conversation if it wasn't for Trump. No, we wouldn't.
We had the same conversation in 2000 when fucking Bush fucking stole the election from Gore. I was around for that election.
Put in your request to the galaxy. Oh, there we go.
Bush and Gore.
If it was not for Trump saying the election was stolen, we would not be doing the Save America Act and all this other shit. If Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley or somebody had won, hold on, dude, hold on.
Like 5 years.
We gotta be able to hold on. We gotta be able to have a debate with you allowing to actually listen. You're just all.
Because you misinterpret me so much.
It doesn't matter.
For misinterpreting me.
Yeah, but if you allow what's being said to be completed, then you point out where you were misinterpreted. But just yelling is just.
By then I'd be out of time. By then I'd be out of time. Some galaxy would come up and I'd have
MAGA. Mike, take us home, Mike. Carol God, take me away.
He's gonna make some bullshit fact. That's gonna be true.
You've already done that.
What fact do you want to talk about that has nothing to do with the subject?
You've already done that.
This galaxy was presented by MAGA Reacts.
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you.
More.
I'm hot.
Listen, MAGA Reacts. What were the laws that were? Because you said that you're trying to protect women. What laws have been?
Women.
By doing what? Watch this, Tim. It's not going to take long. By doing what?
By preventing men from playing on their league.
So
people who are
right, but what you said earlier, But what you said earlier is that we are trying to change the rules.
Yes, you try to make section whatever.
He don't let you talk. He don't let you
Can I
talk.
finish my sentence? If we're trying to change the rules, who's trying to change the law? Who's proposing? Who changed the law so they can't participate?
What do you mean? No, we had the law interpreted by the Supreme Court, and they chose to interpret it the right way by not allowing these men/women to
interpret it from what?
What do you mean from what?
From what?
From what the norm is, where you have men play on men league and women play on women league.
So there was nothing that we did. You just don't like it, so you proposed a law to change.
No, you tried to make it the norm. As soon as something's the norm, it's used to make it the norm.
You're double speaking. If we're trying to change something, we put something forward and proposed it, got it into law, and now you're responding to that.
I'm pretty sure you did try to do that with Section 9, and we defeated it in the Supreme Court.
And again, so who's
I don't know if Section 9, whatever section it is that protects this stuff.
Who's proposing a change to the law?
The Biden administration did.
No. Right now, as we sit here right now, you don't want them competing in sports. This is a you issue.
No, the Biden tried to protect them competing in sports. They tried to change section whatever that protects this stuff. We took it to the Supreme Court and it got beat. And now they can't. Now it doesn't cover that.
Okay, let me interject. Hold on, Mike. Hold on a second. MAGA, you and I had this conversation. The Save America Act contains legislation in it where they're trying to change the law. There's 5 parts of the Save America Act. You agreed that they need to take the anti-trans shit out of it. They're trying to change that law right now. It's in the Save America Act.
Just because I agree it shouldn't be in the Save America Act, it doesn't mean I don't agree it should be law.
I get it, but
separate thing.
That's fine. But the question he's asking you is who is trying to change the law right now? They are.
It was Biden. I mean, no,
Biden is gone.
We're trying to.
And you guys talk about derangement syndrome. Why is Biden's name coming up?
Because he did try to change the law. He tried to make it where they could play in women's sport.
Was it anything more than
Supreme Court?
It was just Title IX.
I don't know what Trump's trying to pass, but he's probably trying to make it where
it was just Title IX. MAGA reacts.
Okay. He tried
Title IX. Wait a minute.
No.
No, they didn't try to change Title IX. It was already in place. They were using. You're the one. You're
cutting off. Is he cutting off for you guys too?
You breaking up, Mike. Okay, he must have got a call or something. We'll move it on. I want to ask you something too, MAGA Rex, in addition to this.
By the way, the name is Abdul Saeed.
Okay, Abdul Saeed. All right. The question I want to ask you is, when we talk about socialism and entitlements and the country can't, what the fuck? They don't took down the guest. I think I want to just drop, they took down the guest, Mike. I see you in the comments saying, don't my Galaxy. They actually took down the guest. I'm gonna tell you something. The only way this can possibly be happening is it would have to be MAGA. I know ain't no liberals reporting this shit. It would have to because I don't know why all of us now they kicked Mike. Okay, so we still good, but they kicked Mike. So and MAGA, both of them. Let me go to Rainey. I can't bring up other guests. I don't know why the censorship on TikTok is so fucking crazy. I wanted to ask MAGA some questions, but the app took him out. I'm a little pissed about that. It's his Obama phone, says Gen X. Zoom, Tim. Yeah, you're right, MAGA. That's what's going to have to end up happening. But it's got to be via support. I'll move the platform to Zoom, but like I said, I don't want to destroy the few supporters I have. In the comments, I'm watching Oregon Athletic meeting now. I'm not seeing any men jumping with women, and I didn't see it Commonwealth game. Well, what MAGA Reacts was trying to avoid admitting is that when Mike asked him who's changing the laws, it's the Democrats are not in power right now, which is why he reverted back to Biden and did not want to talk about the fact that they are currently trying to change the. Now he's saying, well, you guys are trying to change what was normal. That's kind of what happens in evolution. It ain't like the Democrats are trying to pass a law that allowed biological males to play in women's sports. They were just doing it. And the right is trying to say, no, we want to pass a law to prevent it. Now, personally, I am against biological males playing in women's sports. I don't believe it should happen. Just like I don't believe in all of the gender assigning surgery for minors and shit. I'm against it. My only thing is I don't believe it's anywhere near the mountain that the right is making it. I believe the right is making it that way out of hatred towards that community. And when I say hatred towards the transgender community, I'm saying it because anywhere the transgender community shows up, they don't like it. Whether we're talking about books in schools, they don't want it around kids, or even endorsing an adult beverage. There's no children drinkers of beer, and they had just as much of a problem with Dylan Mulvaney or whatever on Bud Light. Anywhere the transgender community shows up, they're going to have a problem. So to me, I can't see that as anything else other than hatred. So I'll leave it at that. Looking in the comments, so can I give you a case of? Can Terry Hunter, or Teal Hunter, he says, I give me a case of men playing in women's sports? If so, it's going to be real obsolete. I don't think it's zero, but it's pretty fucking close. Out of a country of 300, 400 million people, I don't think zero transgender men have tried to play in women's sports. It has happened, but it is really, really close to zero. It's only a handful of cases, to the point where the only answer is, well, one is too many. It's one of those deals, which is why when I started telling him about Trump not finding fraud from Republicans, suddenly, well, it has to be enough of it for us to pay attention to it. The whole one is too many argument just disappeared. Anyway, tap the screen and get the lights on up to 40,000. We'll see if we can take another caller. Don't know why this thing is doing this. Does that say golden shower? Really? We'll try and see if is it letting me bring them up? Is that thing that says, is that golden shower?
No, man, it's golden share.
Oh, golden share. I just see golden SH, and I kind of let the mind go from there. Okay, what am I getting wrong? Good evening.
You're not getting anything wrong. I think you were right on the money. So I'm not a MAGA, of course, but I heard the other guy, the
MAGA,
part of the 15%. Yeah, who still support Trump after everything in his life went up 1,000%, from his gas to his health insurance to his groceries. Literally, not one thing is cheaper.
Well, wait a minute. Are you certain? I want you to hear. This is only a few seconds, but maybe you need to hear this when you're saying that nothing has went up.
We hit an all-time stock market high.
No, the opposite.
Yep. 401ks are the highest they've ever been by double and triple. We have more people working in the United States today than ever in history. We're doing an unbelievable job. Costs are coming way down. I inherited, they talk about costs. I inherited very, very high costs, and they're all coming down now. The food, the groceries, it's all coming down. We've done a great job.
What say you? Great job. Everything's coming down in price.
No, it's the opposite. Literally, I can't name one field where it's gone down. Not one thing has gone down.
What are you saying? He's lying to the American people on Fox of all places?
Well, he's got to maintain the line till November, because if he caves now, then the roof will completely cave in on what little support he has left. But as far as the stock market, the volatility is off the chart. It's really pushing up bond rates, because when people no longer believe that the path forward is clear, there's a lot of uncertainty in the markets, it's going to push up the bond rates, and that's going to filter down to the middle class as higher mortgage rates, insurance, auto loans, revolving credit, student debt, medical debt, and small business debt. Every form of middle class lending is going to go up if the global community that buy U.S. bonds feel that we have a crazy person running the economy.
You're not suggesting we have a crazy person at the helm, are you?
Well, I mean, just look at the bond rates. We're at our 30-year highs now, and that means that basically we've entered in this situation where we're buying these bonds to run our government from the ultra wealthy, because there's really no middle class people who are buying these bonds. So they're guaranteed a return of about 6% now on their money. And in order to keep those bonds flowing so that we don't default and our economy doesn't go into a crisis, the cost is being borne to repay that 6% to the middle class. So it's a vicious circle of, we don't have another alternative, because if they lower interest rates, people won't buy the bonds, and then the rates will go up even higher. If we raise the interest rates any further, it will be a recession, because costs of living go even higher with higher rates. So they're cornered. Yep. So that right now, Trump's Secretary of the Treasury is printing $1 trillion. That's with a T, in fake money every 90 days to keep this, carousel going there of nonsense. But it's kind of
is this something? And I do see you. Thank you in the comments, Hanson Conservative. Let me know that MAGA reactions on Clapper. I do see that. How do we get out of this under a Trump administration, or does it look like he's making the effort to turn this ship around, or does it look like he's sailing further downstream?
Well, this is kind of a terrifying thought, but nobody's really behind the wheel. Like, this is just a train that's completely off the rails. Like, nobody is behind the wheel, because if you were honestly trying to get a hold of these interest rates and these bond rates and the deficit and everything else that has to be done like immediately, this is a fiscal crisis. The only reason nobody's talking about it right now is because we're in the middle of this WAR right now in the Middle East. Both of those straits have been closed off now. Yeah. So you have got Hormuz is shut off by Iran, and the other Amman Strait has been effectively, yes, and the Houthis don't have a seat at the negotiating table. So that's like a factor we can't even control for. So now you're talking about 30% of the oil isn't getting to the market, which is further adding to the uncertainty that people have and continue to buy our bonds, right? It's like everybody has lost faith. And if you were trying to turn that around, you would be doing literally the opposite of what Trump is doing now. He's kind of going in the opposite direction on everything. And what is the solution?
What do you think Trump's goal is? Okay, I get your statement about nobody's at the wheel. And I see you in the comments, Nate, talking about Taiwan. That is certainly worthy of discussing as well. But what do you think Trump's goal is? If you're saying that he pretty much abandoned ship and we're just kind of going up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, so to speak, why do you think he would do that?
Well, he had one goal, which was try to get the rates lower by changing the Fed chairman. They got a new one, and he came out and said, "You're out of your mind. We can't lower them now. Plus, it's not up to one person. It's the FOMC, which is a panel of people. And the panel, as a majority, said lowering rates now would be a fiscal disaster for us." So he didn't get the one thing that he wanted. And now he's just in kind of like bunker mode, like where he's just going to deny everything and try to now change the election methods with this SAVE Act. Basically, they're bracing for impact, because I think this is going to be worse than 84.
They're bracing for what?
Impact. They know that this is going to be a paradigm shift. Like, those kinds of elections we have once every 20 years. Where
but what about the notion that the Democrats are literally snatching defeat from the jaws of victory by promoting all these socialist candidates? Do you see any validity in that?
I think in some of those like swing districts, we're not really seeing that yet, where somebody who's, by the way, all the things that they say are socialists are things that Republicans were for 20 years ago. Nobody was for cuts in Medicare, and yet they ran through $1 trillion. Everybody is for at least some sort of public option or continuing of Obamacare. That's a popular program now. It's, half of the people on it are from Florida and Texas, the two largest Republican states right now. Increasing the minimum wage, which hasn't, people are crying about communism when we're still at $7.25 when Obama was elected in 08. We're as far from socialism as you could even get.
Yeah. That's one. I've been arguing about that with so many folks on the right for several years now. I do not understand why people on the right adamantly believe that you should either keep the minimum wage where it is or get rid of it altogether. They are really against the minimum wage increase. I've talked to hundreds of folks on the right. They do not support a minimum wage increase. I don't know why.
Well, the people in their states do support it, because everywhere, Republican or Democrat, where it's gone to a vote up or down in the state legislature, it has passed. But the parties in control, the Republican parties in those red states, have refused to allow it to go up for a vote.
Yeah, but if the parties in power in those Bible Belt states, which are where the lowest minimum wage rates are in the country, if the party in power, the congressional body and the Senate, if the people were going to the town halls and screaming, "We want more wages," or "We're going to vote for somebody else," they would do it. I mean, fact is that there's not enough Republicans in those blood red states bitching about it. I talked to a lot of Republicans that defend the low, saying that it'll run jobs away. And why should a burger flipper make $10 an hour? I've talked to hundreds of people like that.
Well, that's what's coming in November, because there is, as like you say, there's a disparity between what the people who are living with this higher cost of living now, higher gas prices, higher insurance rates. You know, the Obamacare, if you didn't get the subsidies now, those have gone from like $300 to $800. And the people who are going to feel that the most are the people in those red states. And then to come the Medicare Part D cuts that have hit a lot of the seniors who depend on those cards every month to be able to eat. Not their medication, they use that for their meals.
Damn.
Like, to be able to
You talking about the big beautiful bill shit in January?
Well, what happened was, since there's that trillion cut in all the Medicare and Medicaid programs and SNAP coming after the elections, a lot of the private insurance companies have prepared for that by padding their profits this year via cuts to those benefits. So they know next year the reimbursement is going to be significantly lower after the midterm election. So for this fiscal year, they're trying to increase their profits by cutting those benefits. So whereas a company like Humana or United Healthcare or Cigna were giving out the Medicare Part D cards with $300 a month benefit, you know, $300 in retail benefits, it's now $150. So, but then I gotta ask the question of what this live is about. And by the way, folks, hopefully it works. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. Let me know if it even works. I have to bring this up because we're talking about all of the shit we cannot do for the American people, and this is also what I was going to ask MAGA. You know, we can't deal with socialism. We can't give folks health care. We can't pay tuition forgiveness. We can't give them daycare. And what I asked at the beginning of the live is, how does Trump keep finding money when we can't do entitlements? What I mean is military parade on his birthday last year, UFC fight on his birthday this year. Now he's talking about a tribunal arch. 20 million to a reflective pool that all seems to be 100% wasted so far, because the pool is actually at square zero. It was in better shape before he hired the people and paid them 20 million. We can talk about there's allegedly some kind of Formula One race or something they're going to have through the streets of DC. So they're setting up the town for some kind of race throughout the town. Hundreds of millions of dollars on a Qatar jet. They're getting a new Marine One helicopter. He's getting helipads to land on. Ballroom. We know how much the ballroom is being built. He's painted statues gold throughout DC. His name on the Kennedy Memorial, big portraits of himself. He's used our tax money to continue fighting against E. Jean Carroll. And this is before the Iran war, defending Israel, saying that Cuba's in it. Why does he keep finding money in a country that's allegedly broke? Well, he's diverting the funds that have already been appropriated. Like you pointed out with the parade, he took money away that was for active duty people for their housing benefits and so forth, and he's moving it to show how tanks had been becoming rusty. And
so you're gonna take money that's allocated to military housing for a one-day event?
Oh yeah, and other benefits too, like the running of all those programs that a lot of the veterans depend on afterwards. They have ways of tinkering with what's already been appropriated without having ask Congress for new appropriation.
But you can't do some tinkering to give people health care or daycare assistance or free lunch. You can't tinker to help the people out, but you can tinker for all of these optional programs that really amount to something that's just pleasing one man.
Well, you sound like a communist again, so I don't know. I can't help you.
The crazy thing is, how can one man take all of our money and do all this shit for himself, but say the other side are communists? This shit looks straight out of Stalin or Third Reich. This is what those kind of countries do.
he can do it up until the election, but I don't know if you're following what's going on in the UK right now. They're on their 5th prime minister because they tried to push austerity. So when the government is having these bond issues like we're having here, you have 2 roads, forks in the road. You can go austerity, which is like what we're doing now with cutting Medicare $1 trillion and cutting the future increases that are, in line with population growth for the people on Medicare and Medicaid. Or you can start taxing the very wealthy, the people with more than 100 million net worth, the people who basically control 70% of all the assets, while the bottom half of America control 3%. So, I mean, just looking at that math, there's a guy on YouTube, his name is Gary's Economics. He said, whatever party, whether it's the left party or the right party, that doesn't acknowledge the cost of living issue, they're going to lose on their 5th prime minister because he tried to ram the cuts in, nutrition programs, the healthcare spending, and the public said no. Get the rich on it. They've done fabulously well in the last 4 or 5 years, where the number of billionaires.
Something. It's interesting. I got to move it on shortly, but it's interesting you brought up how the UK does things, because I'm wondering if that may be, because I've said after Trump's out of office, we may pass a lot of laws to do things to prohibit another Trump type candidate from coming up. There are some nations, like I used to live in Australia, they can call elections, like you're mentioning with the UK, where you can have a bunch of changes in a short period of time because you thought the other prime minister sucked. I think that we may need to do some kind of investigation on whether or not we want to come up with a way. Like if Joe Biden is in office and he's falling asleep all the time, do you give that guy another? Mitch McConnell's another guy. Do you give that guy another year and a half when you can see he's not? I mean, you need to find a way to have an election sooner than what the traditional time is if somebody is clearly failing the country, like with President Trump. My guess is if we were in a position where you could call elections, they would have called one by now.
I think you're right about that, but I think there's a more effective route. Rather than changing the politicians, we simply trigger a system where if people's cost of living is going higher than what their wage increases are coming in at, so meaning they're not getting the raises and they're not getting the assistance from their employers who are doing well, then they would trigger automatic taxes on the people who are doing well. And the majority of the people would go for that.
Not on the right. Not on the right, you would. I mean, you got motherfuckers on the right saying you shouldn't even interfere with Elon becoming a trillionaire. They're not going to say anything on the right.
Yeah,
not on the right.
He outright buys the government, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think if you look at the right, they're no longer really in a position to like be a majority. We looked at all of our previous elections. Any election where we've had high turnout has gone to centrists or Democrats. It just. They're no longer, they're holding, it's like the last vestiges of power that they have left in trying to gerrymander all these districts, trying to pass all
How
these
big you
laws,
think I interrupted you earlier. You were talking about an election like one you don't normally see. I'm assuming you expect a blue wave. To what magnitude are you talking?
Well, I think basically the red states will obviously stay red and the red districts will stay red. But if you look at all of the districts, congressional districts, where Trump really won very narrowly, and mostly because he improved his position with African American men, Latino men, non-college white women, a certain segment of people who are like never happy with either side. Those people are gone.
Yeah,
they're not coming back. They have no incentive to vote. So if you add up all of those barely ones, you get a full control of the Congress on the Democrat side. And in the Senate now, you've got some really problematic situations for the Republicans. Maine now has a more electable senator. You've got North Carolina with a very electable Democrat. Texas now looks like it's for the first time we're seeing a Democrat win. Right. And you only need four. And so that basically would just leave, I think, Michigan, right? And
so you're saying let me ask you this way: scale of 1 to 10, 10 being likely, how likely do you think the Democrats will take the Senate?
The Senate, at this moment, if the election were today, I'd say it's a 9.
Wow.
If situations get worse, it's a 10. But I mean, what are the Republicans selling?
They're selling being straight is cool. We don't like the LGBTQ shit. They're selling we're not communists. They're selling capitalism.
Yeah, and where is capitalism getting people now and be able to stretch their dollar?
You asking too much. I gotta go. I don't disagree with you. And I'll talk about it on the other side, but thank you for coming through. This ain't our first time talking, is it?
No. Before I've talked to you before.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. Appreciate it. And real quick in the comments, by the way, tap the screen, get us on up to Fiddy, Fiddy. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. I agree with my last call in regards to where is capitalism getting us? I'm not saying I'm promoting full-blown socialism, but what I am questioning is why do the anti-socialist crowd continue offering those who are now investigating whether socialism will work or not? Why are you offering them nothing? You know they do not like what they're doing under capitalism right now. So do what you can to meet them in the middle. We're offering those folks nothing. People complaining about the lack of minimum wage increase. Healthcare we talked about. Some of the other shit that we mentioned, tuition and daycare and all this stuff. We're offering them nothing. And then questioning, well, why do you want to become a socialist? You're offering those people nothing but more of the same. Now, if you want to say, you should have to go out and get a job and work and my tax money should not go and take care of you. Well, I got two issues with that. First of all, if you're going to say your tax money should not go and take care of somebody and they should go get a job just like you, then you got to answer why I'm pointing out all the free shit that Trump is getting with your tax money. That's the first thing, because you don't seem to care when he's taking your tax money for a bunch of optional shit that ain't necessary. But you don't want the lady with the kid to use it for food stamps or something. But you're okay with this guy fixing up jets and shit. So to me, that's the first issue. And then the second issue is, what about the people who are actually going out and putting in an honest 40 to 80 hours a week, and they also are bitching that they cannot afford to live and sustain? You can't tell them to go out and get a job. They got two of them already, and they're telling you they don't have enough to pay for healthcare and shit. And you won't even give them a minimum wage increase. You won't even give them some sort of healthcare help or some sort of daycare help or even fighting for their ability to unionize. So I'm just simply saying, if you don't like socialism, the response to people can't be nothing. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is not going to work with these people. If you don't want them going towards socialism or going towards the light, show them, which is what my last caller said. What are you offering? We're offering them nothing and wondering why are they straying away to people who are offering them something. Just think about it logically. In the comments, no, I want to protect women from being injured by men mostly and to give them a fair chance in their own sport. I don't get it. You guys don't even want women to fucking vote. And then all of a sudden when they come to this transgender shit, you're suddenly Captain Save-A-Ho. You all of a sudden care about women, but you don't want women to vote. You don't want women in positions of power. You don't want women in managerial positions. But all of a sudden, when it comes to transgender, well, we're here to save women. No, you're here to fuck with trans. That's all this is about. Just come on and say, I don't like these people. It ain't got shit to do with women. It's about the trans community you don't like. You're just trying to come up with reasons to make it sound legit. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen very low in here. I don't know if it's because of the limitations, but help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals. We'll go over to I was trying to go to MAGA Reacts on Clapper. We'll bring up Clapper. Don't know what I just did there. We'll see if it brings up the guest. MAGA Reacts. There you go. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. And we got it. Okay, I made a mistake and brought somebody else up apparently. I got to bring you back up, sir. I brought you up early on accident. So I'll drop you and come back to you, the other user there. Okay.
Is on me or him?
No, him. I brought him up, Handsome Venom. I brought him up early. So go ahead and drop Handsome and I'll bring you back up. I don't know why this app is acting goofy.
So you haven't dropped?
Yeah, go ahead and drop Handsome Venom and I'll bring you back. Okay, Handsome Venom, can you hear me?
Yeah, hey.
Go ahead and drop. I got a guess before you drop, and then I'll bring you back.
Okay, all right.
Okay, MAGA, what were you, MAGA? Now we were talking before. Now I just lost him too. What the fuck? This clap rap is acting goofy. The same 6 callers every day. Well, B1, Pole Bill, B1. Okay, MAGA, good evening.
Hold on 1 second. I want to be on camera.
Why not?
I thought you were telling me to drop.
Okay, are you there?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I thought you were telling me to drop.
I'm talking to you now. Why is it that Trump keeps finding money for all of these unnecessary projects in a country that's allegedly broke?
Because these projects cost pennies compared to what you're asking for.
You really?
I mean, you're asking for shit that you have to keep paying for every year. That's for the whole country. Well, he's compared to a helipad. Helipad is like a tenth of a penny compared to what you're asking for. All the shit he's done is like 1 billion. What you're asking for is easily like 1 trillion every fucking year, not 1 billion one time.
You really think the military parade, UFC fight, tribunal arch, reflective pool, Formula One race in DC, the Qatar jet, 400 million, new Marine One, that's going to be hundreds of millions. Now you mentioned a helipad, but the ballroom, now the gold statues is small money.
If you put all that together, it'll be like maybe 2-3 billion max. What you're asking for is easily 1 trillion a year.
You really think
not
all
like 500 billion a year?
You really think all this stuff can be done for $2 or $3 billion?
You were estimating in the millions. I'm even taking it higher, saying give it 2-3 billions. It's also it's a one-time thing. It goes to help the city of DC. I mean, most of this shit is really not for him. It's for the city of DC because that's the only city where he has the power to make it better. He can't go to Chicago and do shit like this because he doesn't really have the power to do it without Congress.
Here's what I'm saying. Out of all the people around the country asking for daycare assistance, or as Charlie Kirk said, free lunch in schools and things, you really believe we should put all that to the side and build a tribunal arch in DC? That's more important in your opinion?
It's not more important. It just costs nothing. Also,
why do you say that?
The pool is paid for by the Park Service. It's not taken out of our taxes. The UFC is paid for by the UFC. They made their money back when they put that shit on TV. The UFC pays for all their events. I don't know why you think Trump paid for the UFC shit. They sell pay-per-view. They make a ton of money and they paid for the UFC shit. I believe the same with Formula One. Formula One pays for everything. On top of the fact when the UFC and Formula One comes to that, I know Formula One, when it comes to town, it's really good for the economy of Miami. We make a lot of money. Hell, my cousin's right next to where they race, and he rents out his fucking driveway for like $40 a person. And I know a bunch of relatives, a bunch of people would always fly in to see the Formula One races. And I'm sure the same for the UFC and the Arch and all this shit. It's going to help the city of DC, but overall, it's nothing. It's pennies compared to the stuff you're asking for. And you only have to pay for the Arch one time.
Yeah, first of all,
every fucking year for the rest of time.
First of all, you're not going to have to pay for the Arch one time. It's going to require upkeep, security, and all kinds of stuff. But Denkel pointed out in the comments. Denkel pointed out that Trump asked for $1 billion on the ballroom upkeep alone. You said all this stuff could be done for $1 or $2 billion. He asked for $1 billion just for the ballroom. The refurbishing of the Qatar jet.
To build it.
You said all of this stuff could be done for $1 or $2 billion.
Okay, so it's 5. Even 10 billion is still nothing compared to what you're asking for is easily like 20, 30, 40, 50 billion a year. Every year.
I gotta tell you.
And the maintenance of the ballroom is the same as the maintenance of the White House. Like, that's the same thing. I don't think it's to build the ballroom.
To me, it just sounds it just sounds like we're making an excuse to look out for Trump and his pet projects and not help coming up with excuses for why he can't do it. If we took all of the money of all of this shit and put it into some type of investment account or some low yield account. You're telling me it wouldn't pay for a lot of shit going forward? I'm not saying it's going to cover health care. Free lunches in school, for instance. Every kid don't even need that. So something like that, you could probably give every...
Trump did do that.
What?
Trump did do that, though. Trump has his child investment thing where every kid gets like $1,000 that's invested for him. Trump actually did exactly what you just said.
I'm talking about some of those other social programs that you guys are swearing up and down we don't need. I mean, like and by the way, when you say $1 or $2 million, how much does the Iran war cost? Many suggest that's an optional expense as well.
I don't think it's optional because they always had control of that Strait of Hormuz. They didn't just get it out of nowhere. They always had it. They just never did anything about it. But imagine if they had a nuke and then decided to close the Strait of Hormuz. Then it would be fucked. Then there'd be no oil and they would have a nuke.
Yeah. I gotta say, I think your numbers are totally different than what I think. Because I see in the comments, Tamar even talked about, he says, how about using it for food?
Give me your highest estimate.
Well, no, hear me out. He says, how about using it for food to help homeless vets? I'll just say this. Maybe this money won't pay 100% of something, but maybe it'll pay 80% of one of those programs or 70 or 50%, meeting some of the poor people halfway. This stuff would cover the gazillions of dollars here. I think it's way more than $1 or $2 billion that you're talking about. I think that the F-47 jets. How much are we spending on? How much are we spending on F-47 jets
for 1 year? Because it's only one-time payment.
No.
I mean, you're talking about shit you have to pay for every year versus a one-time payment.
How much are we spending for the F-47 jets and the Trump-class battleships? That ain't a one-time payment.
That's a different situation. That's the military. I'm talking about his pet projects. The military F-47, that's a normal thing. We're always developing new jets.
All I'm trying to say is...
Trump named it the F-47. Other than that, it has nothing to do with Trump. We need a next generation fighter.
I'm going to tell you, I would rather the money go to USAID than to go to him getting heli-pads and shit like that. Even poor people in foreign countries.
The department... The fucking State Department already did everything USAID used to do. In Venezuela, there's a Time article I just read. It basically said the U.S. State Department's already did everything that USAID used to do.
So nobody...
So if you have the State Department doing it, why do you need USAID?
So what you're saying, the folks who were originally receiving aid via USAID before Trump came along, they've made it so that none of them are being hurt anymore now. They just switched it over to the State Department.
I don't know if they switched everything over, but the State Department could do everything USAID.
That ain't what I don't care what they could do. I'm asking you, are they doing
help by USAID could be helped by the State Department once it's approved, but it has to be approved by the State Department.
I don't care what they could do.
Be done.
I don't care what they could do. I'm asking you, what are they actually doing? Since Trump became president, are those folks still receiving help?
I don't know who's receiving help and who's not receiving help. If I did, I would answer your question. Okay. I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe.
As far as I know, they might be all receiving the same help, except for a few of them. I don't know the exact details. One more thing though. After I got out in my little break, I googled why blue states or why red states get more money than blue states. Guess what the reason is, Tim?
What do you got?
Because all the military bases are down here in Texas and Georgia and Florida. Because you guys closed, like Philadelphia used to have a naval base. You guys closed the naval base, and now all the military bases are down here. You guys get the same exact money in Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff. But all the U.S. military bases and all the new projects are also down here. Like, there's no really any place to build in New York and in Philly and all these places. There's no place to build. Even when you're trying to build something, like, they have too many rules and too many restrictions. So all the projects, all the CHIPS Act and all that shit Biden even passed.
You gotta
in here because we have space to build. It's very easy to build. We have all the military assets and bases. I mean, all that shit brings money to these states more than, and it's only a 7% difference.
Yeah, you got a viewer on Clapper.
It's only 7%.
Yeah, I get your numbers, but you got a view. Okay, you're going on and on. On the comments, L431 on Clapper says you need to keep telling yourself that, so he disagrees. Didn't Cal also ask
again? Google it for 5 minutes and actually get to like the second, third paragraph of the article, and they say it's geographic reasons, and because all the bases went from Virginia, Maryland, and Connecticut to Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Okay.
All the military bases, including Fort Bragg, is down here.
Yeah. Then Cal also points out, do you realize how many kids could get free lunch with $4 billion? What say you?
Not that many. There's a lot of kids in the
You really think?
Let's do some math.
Not that many, huh?
How many kids are there in the United States?
I mean, first of all of the kids don't need free lunch. But you're going to tell me $4 billion would not cover that many kids getting free lunch. How much you think they think they're giving them steak and lobster?
Let's do it the other way. How much does it cost to feed a kid for a year?
Well,
to feed a kid for a year. Okay. Yeah, we'll take it costs about $6,000. Let's say 6. Let's give it the highest number, 6. So take $1 billion divided by 6.
You're not doing that right.
Yeah, you could feed 166 million kids for a year.
I don't think we have 100.
We have 74 million kids.
Right.
So $1 billion could feed all the kids in America for maybe 5 to 10 years.
That's a lot better than this shit Trump is getting.
My math is right. I need to do some more research, but yeah.
Yeah, and I would rather feed poor kids for 5 to 10 years than this Qatar jet and tribunal art shit. I would much rather do that because most Americans are going to have no access to all of these pet projects in DC. Most Americans do not go to DC. Probably 90% of Americans are going to have no benefit or no access to this stuff, but their tax money is going to pay for it. I would much rather the children getting free lunch because that's going to happen everywhere, all over the country.
The problem is, though, there's also a lot of middlemen when it comes to doing shit like this.
You don't think?
Even though it costs only $6,000 to feed the kid, all the people that have to deal with it and get it done probably cost some money themselves. And remember, like, our whole argument with socialism.
You're just making up excuses.
And you're saying trickle down doesn't work.
Yeah, but
you don't realize socialism is trickle down, but it's controlled by the government instead of by
I don't know if you realize it. I don't know if you realize it, but that pool being built, that's a middleman. But you're saying makes no sense. That pool being built in that reflective pool, the guy building that pool that did a dismal job as a Trump candidate, he's a fucking middleman. You're talking about there's going to be a lot of middlemen. Trump is using middlemen for all of these pet projects. They're probably overcharging us, and that's how Trump is paying them back and shit like that. They're middlemen in all of this stuff.
Listen, that middleman is going to spend his money in America and use that money on his employees. I don't know where these NGOs. You know what these NGOs do with their money? They fund the campaign of the next person. But this middleman might be doing the same thing. So I don't know.
You either have
always have the money in private.
You either have an issue with middlemen or you don't.
Going to their friends. It's not going to you.
Yeah. You either have an issue with middlemen or you don't. When I started pointing out Trump is using middlemen, now all of a sudden, where are they spending the money in America though? Either you have an issue with middlemen or you don't. Now you're trying to say, well, as long as they spend the money in America, well, you know it ain't that bad now. You're moving the goalposts. Denkel says they had to cancel Formula One because of cost in Detroit. He's saying Detroit even had to cancel Formula One because of cost. You're saying there's going to be no taxpayer money for that in D.C.
I don't know. Probably because the streets got. I don't know what kind of cost he's talking about. Yeah. Maybe the streets got too shitty and fixing them cost too much. I don't know what he means by cost in Detroit. Maybe they need extra security or some shit. I know they love doing it in Miami. They're here every fucking year. So I don't know why. That could mean a lot of things.
All right, I gotta move.
The rules it could be the taxes, it could be a million things that makes it too expensive to do it in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting folks. Folks on all of my platforms think you're crazy. I got to move it on, though. The idea that you're just making up excuses, in my opinion, for why you don't want to help poor people.
Information we have. I'm going based on the information I have, and you're giving me.
Okay.
So I don't know.
I don't see any way in hell you can tell poor people you can't give them any sort of entitlement or help at all, and you're finding money to do all this stuff, and your excuses. Yeah, but what I'm doing ain't that much money.
Listen, I'm okay with helping them. I'm just not okay with the government doing it. Like, I'd rather give them the money directly and let them spend the money where they want to spend it instead of giving it to a grocery store that's going to waste the money and not really help anybody. I'd rather give them money to buy groceries than open up a grocery store and have that money wasted on the grocery store. That's just going to end up costing a ton of money, and I still have to pay for the grocery store with taxes.
To me, we're
give the money straight to the people. Then, which is what we do when we cut their taxes.
To me, we're all
Republicans do.
You can't
taxes, so you
cutting
put the money
taxes
in your pocket instead of the government.
Cutting taxes for a homeless person ain't doing them shit. That ain't got that doesn't help them out. Go tap a guy. Go tap on a guy. No, go tap on a guy sleeping on a bench and tell him, I'm going to give you a tax cut. That ain't in the suggest that they're all doing drugs. Just come out and say you don't give a fuck about poor people. You got a million excuses for why it's okay for a billionaire to take all this money, but when it comes to helping out a poor person, then you gotta go. I gotta move it on. All right, I gotta move it on. Tap the screen, get the lights on up if you will. But to me, it just sounds like I don't give a fuck about poor people. I mean, like, you got a million excuses for why we can't do nothing for the poor, but one man is getting all of this shit, totaling hundreds of millions but it don't cost as much. Why is one man getting all of our tax money to control all this stuff? All of this, most of this stuff is completely unnecessary. Why is one guy getting all of this? In the comments, Dencal says, ask Alexa how many deaths due to canceling USAID. I think I asked that before, Dencal. I think last time, Kamala Harris says about 600,000. Alexa, how many lives have been lost due to the cancellation of USAID?
The Impact Counter model reported roughly 781,000 deaths since the USAID pause began in early 2025, about 2/3 of them children. Other estimates place the current excess mortality between 500,000 and 1.6 million, with projections of millions more by 2030 if cuts continue.
That's sad. That is sad. Alexa, stop. I mean, that's really sad when the guy who is doing that has received all of these pet projects, military parades and tribunal arches, and he's flying around on a luxurious jet from Qatar that was completely unnecessary. That $400 million in regards to that jet from, because remember, we feed these people bullshit to keep them alive. Wheat, flour, rice, stuff that's super duper cheap in bulk. That Qatar jet expense alone, you could feed a lot of these poor people with $400 million. I think that's what we spent on that Qatar jet. So this is why I was pushing back on my last caller, suggesting, well, it ain't that much money. You could do a lot of good with that money that Trump is using to just beautify his own surroundings. And that's what it really amounts to, is just in that little pocket area, the tourism area of DC that really surrounds Trump. It's just that area. We're flooding that area with money. The rest of the country be damned. We're not even fixing roads and bridges and shit around the country. We're just fixing the little square or diamond known as DC. And we know they could do more than that. So to me, my last caller arguing that, I don't know, but to me that really looks bad. It just looks, it looks like the ultimate of let them eat cake or something like that. In the comments, though, they are cutting those social programs. Trump is set out, what he says, Trump is set to cut pre-K programs and Medicare D. He wants to put disabled people in institutions. Why all the cruelty? I don't get it. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, and help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goals. I know ain't many people did it, but I'm going to ask anyway. We'll go to Austin on Clapper. if you will. We had him on, but Austin, can you hear me now?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Now you got 4-7 in your title. Am I assuming you're a Trump supporter?
Hell no, man. Fuck no.
You got 47. I saw 47. I got happy for a minute. I thought I was talking to MAGA. I like to get some MAGA on the program every day. So what brings you on? What brings you up?
So I'm just laughing because you and MAGA reacts just keep going back and forth, playing fucking hell. Like, you go look at yourself a freaking playground and big house over there. It's fucking with it, man.
Okay. Okay, real quick, your audio is bad. Are you on some kind of mic? I can barely understand. Your audio is kind of bad.
I don't know how to work it though.
Okay, we'll try to make it work. I mean, but because I see some of the folks on the other platforms and they're having a hard time understanding you as well. But now, did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Huh?
Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Actually, I voted, but I didn't vote for either. So yeah, because I couldn't really find my. It was the voter of the registration. So.
Okay, so you didn't vote at all.
Well, I voted, but I didn't vote for either of them. So.
Okay. Now, as an African American male, what did not appeal to you about? Because obviously Kamala Harris did not appeal to you if you didn't vote for her either. Did she get something wrong? Did she not come across as a good candidate? I mean, what about her did you not like?
Well, it was just that whole thing about she was simply saying I wouldn't say anything. She was going to do anything from what Biden was going to do differently. That's the thing that really got me. She is a perfect candidate, but it was just that when she said that, it kind of rocked all, I would say, respect for her, but I just kind of lost where what her Pacific was.
Okay, because my audience can't hear you, so I'll translate. He's saying that he lost interest in Kamala Harris when she stated she wouldn't do anything different than President Biden did. So I guess I would ask you, what did you think of President Biden then?
I think Biden, he tried to make things better. He was on the right track though, but it was just that though. I just wish that he was just a little bit more healthier wise, as in trying to get things going well, and not so much of him just kind of looking like a zombie up there losing to, it is the Trump though. So
okay, so you didn't, but it don't sound like you really like Biden either. Then I'm curious, if you didn't vote for Kamala Harris or Biden, but you did vote, who the hell did you vote for?
I just wrote down, who was, I just voted for who was really going to make things different or anything. So I didn't really vote for
who. No, I get that. Who did you just do a write-in vote? You just wrote a name down?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, essentially, you voted for Trump. As an African American male, if you did that, your vote benefited Trump. I mean, even though you did not officially vote for him, you basically voted for him. So you're part of the Trump camp. Can I send you a MAGA hat?
Hell no, man. Well, don't send me that.
MAGA hat because I will use that for firewood. So.
Oh my God. Well, you are part of the reason, though. I mean, Kamala Harris. I don't know what state you're in. I mean, are you in a blue state?
Yeah. It is the Colorado. So.
You're in Colorado?
Yeah.
I don't. Did Kamala Harris win Colorado?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm just saying that she could have used that. She could have used your vote if you don't like Trump. So to me, you almost kind of helped Trump. But I'm assuming you don't think Trump's doing a good job right now.
Hell no. I hated that our governor kind of sold out to him, though, by letting what's her name go from the president. I forgot her name. He was the one that tampered with the. I think it was with the election stuff.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it was Tina. It was Tina.
Yeah.
Tina Pierce.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I hate to do this. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cut our conversation kind of short because your audio's real bad. I don't know what's going on, but your audio's bad. So, because a lot of folks can't hear you, and the only way I can make it work is to keep translating you. But your audio's really bad. But we'll pick it up next time, Twisted. I do appreciate you coming in, though, man.
All right, man.
Anytime. All right. Moving on. Yeah, if for some reason his audio was really bad, I don't know why. That may be something on his end. But in the comments, MAGA React says, so I actually Googled how many people died because of closure of USAID. It's 3 verified. You think closing USAID only resulted in the deaths of 3 people? Did you miss a few characters? Is that really what you tried to say? Only 3 people. God. Also, the State Department signed 33 treaties. 3 people. MAGA React said that shit, Shanti. 3 people. Arnita said, stop entertaining him. All right, let me go back to the 3 people, huh? That's funny. Everybody just wanted the fraud to go on. You know who would have been Vice President Tampon Tim the toilet. Martin, I'm going to say what I've been saying the whole time. Trump claimed that there was the whole thing was rigged when he came down the golden escalator in 2015. It's 2026. It's 11 years later. You can't still be alleging shit. You got to put up or shut up. I mean, he should be able to come walk into the whoa. Who just dropped that? Thank you for a really, really kind level of support on Clapper, whoever just did that. Handsome Venom, I think it is. Thank you very much. But what I was going to say is, Handsome Conservative, rather. Thank you, Handsome Conservative. Appreciate that. Why that got my attention. But what I was going to say is, Trump should be able to walk into, some sort of hearing or something and just put mountains of paperwork showing proof of election fraud. It should be names, folks who have been arrested and charged and convicted, photos of people showing up at polling places. You should have a mountain of shit. You've been alleging this for 10 fucking years. We should be well past just the allegation stage. There should be mountains of evidence. And it's not there. MAGA is still, when it comes to election stuff, MAGA's still on one is too many type shit. It's been 10 fucking years. We've had multiple national elections. We had a national election in 16, a midterm in 18, a midterm in 20, national election in 20 rather, midterm in 22, national election in 24. Now we're on another midterm in 26. All of that, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of votes have been cast since 2015. Where's all the evidence? We should be eons beyond one is too many. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And what we're getting is suspicion being upgraded to fraud. I always use the example. If I come home from work and my door is wide open, that means somebody could have broken my house. That doesn't mean somebody did. Maybe I fucked up and forgot to pull the door up all the way. You got to prove somebody's in there. You can't just say, well, you don't have to show an ID, so we're going to assume people are cheating. No, you got to prove that, though. The actual proof of fraud is shortcoming. We can show that if you wanted to, you could hack into the machines. But do you have any evidence of it actually happening? And that's where the right falls short. All of their evidence is based on stuff that looks suspicious. They're not actually showing any proof. You should have people's names and photos and shit. It's just not coming up. So until I see evidence, because I would be for the Save America Act 100%, but I'm not going to support legislation that's based on allegations when you've been making those allegations for almost a decade. You should have proof. And because right now he's saying it's happening again. He is saying it's happening again right now in this midterms. He's already alleging that it's happening. And once again, he's not providing any proof. It's just the same fucking song and dance. Literally, this dude's going to be in hospice. His last dying words is going to be, there's fraud. There's fraud. While she's putting morphine in him, while his hospice nurse is giving him morphine, last words is going to be something about fraud taking place. In the comments, Evil B Babu says, Trump ain't shit. I don't have my sound system on. I dropped that on Clapper for you, Mr. Big Time. Thank you, Evil. Appreciate that. MAGA Reacts needs to get some sense knocked into him. It's crazy you said it because MAGA Reacts, you were pissing off my audience so much. Somebody else in the comments said we need to put hands on MAGA Reacts. Damn. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Gangsta Grandma. Oh, I thought she was in there. She dropped. We'll go to Mike, the boss. Good evening, Mike, I think it is, or whatever I hit. F them. We always show ID. Trump is full of shit. Like I said, I would side with Trump if he presented evidence. I would absolutely side. Oh, that was you, Advent Comics. We need to put hands on MAGA Reacts. I would side with Trump if he actually presented evidence, but I'm not going to support legislation that is solely based on allegations, and that's what we're dealing with this stuff. It's just based on allegations. Do you really think Democrats will make your life more affordable? They want to raise your taxes for their undocumented illegal socialist programs. I mean, Paul, that could be possible, but I can tell you one thing. I'm 100% sure pull yourself up by your bootstraps ain't going to help me. I'm 100% sure of that. I don't know what the fuck Mamdani or Abdul Al-Said and all these folks are promising. I don't know what the fuck that might do. I know you guys don't favor it, but I can tell you pull yourself up by your bootstraps ain't going to do shit for me. I know that for a fact. I don't need to test that. I got years of evidence that ain't doing nothing for people. And this is what I said at the beginning of the live. If you want folks to stop talking socialism, you got to come up with a better answer for that simple question, which is, what are you offering them? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is not going to make folks say that, well, maybe Mamdani is on the wrong path. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps sounds better. That's not going to work to somebody who's already working 2 jobs for an employer that's not giving them health care or giving them inadequate health care, and they're just not getting ahead. I don't know what happened with my last call. I'll bring up the next caller, but I'll tell you my own personal story. I used to be an engineer with AT&T in Chicago back in the 90s and early 2000s. I actually saw, because I still have my resume and shit on Indeed, so occasionally job offers come through. And because I got a telecom background, a background in telecom, sometimes I get job offers for telecom positions. I received a telecom offer about a month ago for the exact same position I used to do in the 90s and early 2000s for AT&T. It had a salary window on it. They give you a window, this position pays between 81.5 and 106 or something. They give you a salary window. It was the exact same salary that I earned when I started working for them in 97. That's 20 years, well, that's more than that. What is that? Almost 30 years ago. It was the exact same salary. So that position, and that's not burger flipping. That's a livable wage, but that shows you that even at that level, people are not getting ahead. It was paying the exact same wage that I got it when I worked there in the 90s. And you want to say Mom Donnie ain't doing shit, we should be okay with that? So I'm asking that question. If you don't want folks veering towards socialism, what are you offering? You want to keep telling them we're not going to fight for a minimum wage? We don't believe we can do anything for healthcare, even though we're okay with Trump spending the money on himself. This is what you're countering Mom Donnie with. Nothing. And you're wondering why these kids, these young voters are actually going towards that. I'm not saying socialism is the know-all and end-all. Hell, I don't know if it'll even work. But I damn sure know offering nothing as a counter won't work. You're offering nothing. Trump's been president for 2 years. What has he done for healthcare? What has he done for wages? He's offering nothing. But he's complaining about how bad socialism would be. If you can't answer that question, what is he offering? You're gonna the level of folks going towards the socialism side is only going to grow. You need to fill in the blanks with something. And it's just not coming from President Trump at all. He's offering nothing. Socialism as well as communism throughout history has never worked, my good friend. I'm not arguing with that. But I'm arguing with the fact that offering nothing is not going to be a suitable alternative. You can scream how bad socialism is until you're blue in the face. If you're offering nothing, you're going to lose. You keep going back to how bad socialism is. But when I ask, well, what are you offering? You have no answer for that. You just want to go back. Well, let's just keep talking about how bad socialism is. We don't have nothing. So let's just keep talking about how bad socialism is. You need to figure out something to offer. You need to fill something in the blank. If a person is willing to go out and actually put in an honest day's work, find out how you can help that person do better in life. Minimum wage increase. Fight for an increase in wages. Trump ain't doing that. You say you want people to work, then fight for working people. And when folks are at the bottom of the scale, the socioeconomic scale, tax cuts is not going to save the day. Somebody was working 40 hours a week at Dollar Tree. You're not going to improve their life of any significance at all by talking about a tax cut. You got to do more than that. That's all the right keeps talking about is tax cuts. You got to do more than that. Until you do that, you're going to see a lot of Mom Donnies pop up. You can keep talking about how bad socialism is, but you're ignoring what they're saying about capitalism. You're ignoring that. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps first appeared in 1834. Damn. Look at the big beautiful bill where he made the cuts to the subsidies. Where is there a line that says illegal immigrants cannot collect social benefits? And that, I don't think anybody on the left needs to be arguing in favor of giving benefits to illegal immigrants. That's a loser. Even if you want to be empathetic, in this environment, you got to read the room. Just like I think Trump needs to read the room with all these fucking pet projects for himself. It's the wrong time. Real quick, in regards to my poll question, over 336 respondents. Does Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? That actually concerns a lot of people, folks. 45%. That's more than just MAGA. That is more than just MAGA. 45% say yes. Muslim politicians at the national level do concern them. I would love to get some folks up to talk about it because I would love to know why. I'm going to play ignorant. I'd like to know why are you concerned why are you concerned about the religion of a politician in a country that claims to be separation of church and state? I'd like to know, oh, wow, that's ridiculous because people are ignorant as me too. Well, I'm just telling you, it does matter to some folks. The tax breaks he gave the most wealthy in business owners, should I have to prove that they're providing health care and better wages to their employees to get those tax cuts? Yes. Cuomo did I meant to play this. the other day, but he made a good point about how we have looked out for businesses, giving them huge tax cuts compared to what they used to pay in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And it was done to incentivize them to look out for their employees. And he points out that the tax cuts and the deductions for businesses now are better than they've ever been before in this country. And the amount of shit they do for their employees is the least it's ever been in this country. So what he believes is as long as the corporations continue doing less and less for its employees, they shouldn't get those tax cuts. And I agree with that, because that's what my MAGA audience often says, is that give the tax cuts to the wealthy because nobody poor has ever gave me a job. They believe in trickle-down economics. If you can show that it's not trickling down, that the upper class and corporations are not doing anything for the poor, then cut the tax cut. Yeah, I agree with that. Their taxes should go up. The tax cut should be an incentive to create jobs and do that. If you're not doing it, if your employee is still getting the same salary they were 10 years ago, why are you getting all these huge tax cuts and deductions? So I agree with that. And that's why you're getting the Mamdani and Abdul Saeed folks, Abdul El Saeed type shit. Is that we're just not doing anything for the lower class, but just giving them excuses for why, like MAGA Reacts. MAGA Reacts had 1 million excuses for why we can't do anything for the poor, and 1 million defenses for why what Trump is doing for himself with the same tax money is not that bad. It's only a small amount. It's beautifying DC. Washington needs to look a little bit. Just making up excuses for one man to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on himself and making up excuses for why we can't do nothing for poor people. Well, it's too much of a job. It's too big of a country. You got to do it over and over again. Just a ton of excuses for the poor and a ton of defenses for the wealth. MAGA Reaction's doing that. The only one who is divided is the population, not the government, who is supporting Israel and not Americans. I don't know, Sassy Mo. I don't think the Democrats are as strong when it comes to supporting Israel, but I get your point. Tim, you got that all fucked up. I'm saying that he didn't put a law in the bill to keep illegal immigrants from getting social programs. In that, it has to be enforced. He just cut fucking money. Okay, all right. Maybe I did get it wrong, but I don't know. Like I said, for Democrats, other than fighting for illegal immigrants to be treated humanely, and when it comes to the transgender, I would say don't even if it's part of your platform, the Democrat Party need to treat immigrants and members of the LGBTQ community like the right treated Project 2025. You can still have intentions of doing something, but don't run on it. The Republicans obviously want Project 2025, but when you question them about it, they denied it. They didn't know nothing about it. They had never read it. Do the same. Do the same. Don't even talk about. Don't even entertain questions concerning trans or concerning any of that shit. Don't even entertain it. Get the position and then do what you need to do. Because Trump was denying a whole lot of shit. Just like when they asked those folks, if you get appointed, are you going to fuck with Roe versus Wade? They had every dodge in the book. When they knew damn well that's the goal, is once we get in there, we're going to try our best to roll back Roe v. Wade. But when questioned, they all lied about it. They didn't campaign on it. They didn't speak on it. The Democrats need to treat the immigrant community and the LGBTQ community the same way. If you're going to do it, it's not popular to do or talk about during the campaign. Trump was smart. Trump didn't get up there and say, I'm going to deport grandma. No, it's just rapists and murderers. He knew he was going to go after grandma, though. No, it's just rapists and murderers. He knew he was going to go after the Cubans that were voting for him. But he said rapists and murderers. And it worked. Democrats can learn a lot from President Trump. The Republican Party has all but given the Democrat Party the reins. Some would say the Democrat Party seems to be throwing that away, though. Smokey, good evening. Welcome to the program. Smokey, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. Good afternoon, good evening, sir.
Good afternoon. So socialism won't work in America. We talked about this before, but I'm asking, why does it seem that Trump has no problem finding a bunch of free shit? Thank you for the hat, Monacola. Some of you guys showing some love out there still. We're pretty low, but thank you, Monacola. Certainly appreciate that. Smokey.
Because that's Republican capitalism. Republicans profit off the suffering of others, whether it be through military, foster care, prison system, justice system. Criminals of greed create criminals of consequence. We don't lock up the criminals of greed, creating all the stock market problems or the banking issues, and we criminalize the person who's robbing diapers and we incarcerate them.
You're not saying the Republican Party are criminals, though, are you? Monacola, thank you for the hat mustache. Are you saying that the Republican Party are criminals, though?
I'm saying the system is criminal and it encompasses both sides. But yes, inherently, Democrat capitalism is let's give people a hand up, not a handout. Let's build the economy, strengthen people so that they can produce more, like we talked about. The stronger, healthier, smarter citizen produces longer for the government.
And what is the Republican platform?
Where people graduate high school, can't read, have to go through search and seizure illegally, questioning, metal detectors, the high school to prison system, while we then make sure that taxes from your property go to the schools, so certain areas will be disenfranchised. Well, then we shut down all the different pools, all the different systems. We maybe cover those in car parks. We start putting actual, let's say, infrastructure of roads through different communities. And over time, you just erode a system and everyone ignores it because you do it slowly but surely.
Damn. So you paint a really bleak picture for the Republican agenda.
Well, Democrats haven't defended against it. So every hero needs a villain and every villain needs a hero.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no chaos.
Now, I don't disagree with that. But, and that's what I was saying earlier, is that the right does not like the direction that the far, I guess you would say the far left is taking this country. But I'm suggesting that it's probably going to gain steam if the right is offering the folks nothing. You don't want the country to go far left. I get it. I don't want the country to go far left or far right. But if you're offering them nothing, I would assume that this trend is going to snowball or at least increase. Would you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. Like one of the callers, I think it was the second or third caller, when he was breaking down the economics. Haven't I explained how we create the new company store called the credit system? How you could just crash the banks and nationalize everything, which then everyone's in debt to the government. And that's the system. See, we're not a country. We're a union of states that have got governance.
Yeah.
The fact that people think we're an individual country and that people can vote party lines, the moment either side says we're voting party lines, that means you're violating your oath to the Constitution and the people, and you're giving it to a party and an agenda and an objective other than the Constitution. But we've allowed that to slide and we call it normal.
Well, I mean, because we're really doing that now. I mean, we're doing that now more than ever. And thank you, Rod S., for the hat and mustache. For instance, I want you to hear this clip. I played this at the beginning of the live. I haven't played it anymore, but I want you to hear this. You tell me
about Hunter Biden, but you don't join any Democrats in calling to look at how Trump's sons get billions of dollars in defense contracts in industries they don't know jack shit about. God damn, Senator Ron Johnson, you really are a truth speaker in your party. He said it right on my show. It's a team sport. You don't investigate your own, was the implication. God, so ugly, so obvious. What happened to draining the swamp? What happened to no more deep state? Have you no integrity of principle? Nothing but fealty to one man who's in your face, just being so corrupt about what you say you cared about. Man, you change a letter and everything looks better. You just change an R to a D or a D to an R, and all of a sudden, you got a whole new opinion. MAGA.
Do you agree with him?
Oh, 100%. But see, why should we be relying on Republicans to do it? I thought it was Congress's job. I thought Congress would say that's a violation of domestic and foreign emoluments clauses.
Well, Congress
the ability to not have any crimes for IRS, that's a title of nobility for the entire family.
Yeah.
You'd call this stuff out. You'd call out America's not a country. Any military honoring two genders is violating their oath to a non-binary constitution. So when the military when Trump said a transgender person can't be in the military, that's a classification of citizens, because remember, persons have rights. Anybody following an unconstitutional order to say a citizen is less than due to a categorization.
Wait, are you saying that President Trump should not constitutionally be able to ban transgender from serving in the military?
Of course they can't. He can't change the law. He must uphold the law. The only power the president has in the executive branch is the power of pardon. Everything else requires the advice of consent. We've allowed Congress to abdicate their power and give power to the presidency that not just Trump's taken, but a multitude have, like the Presidential War Act, the Tariff Act. All those are abdication of power that no honorable president should have ever used.
How about it from this angle? I got one of my viewers on YouTube, Jean Razzle, is saying people with a serious mental illness cannot serve, suggesting that people who are transgender are mentally ill. How do you respond to that?
Well, you'd have to show me where constitutionally it says that. Constitutionally it says no religious test shall be required for any public office or trust under the United States. So why are we talking about Muslims and people's religion when the 6th Amendment or Article 6 clearly states to even talk about that? It's unconstitutional.
Well, they're not banning anybody from serving in office, because Ilhan Omar's been a politician at the national level for a while. They just don't like it.
Why do we talk about things they don't like? See, that's what Democrats love to do. They get distracted by the bouncy ball, but never actually focus on the substance. We won't use the law against them, and they'll use a tiny fraction, like when they went after Don Lemon. Everything he did was legal until he put a microphone in somebody's mouth, and they said, oh, now he's an agitator, and we can go backwards and say he was involved and an organizer. So that tiny thing of a microphone, but Don Lemon can't call out persons have rights.
Yeah.
Categorizing, talking about a black person is an utterance in violation of a multitude of laws.
Well, since you're talking about laws, let me ask you one, because this is one I had a big conversation with folks on the right about, and this is certainly in the news and going to continue being in the news. Dr. Fauci pleading the fifth, 100 and some odd times. Folks are suggesting that, because he was pardoned, it was illegal for him to do that. What is your take? Did Dr. Fauci break the law because he had received a presidential pardon for not speaking? Do you believe he legally was required to answer those questions?
The smartest thing he'd do is do that. Because what they're trying to do is get him to say 2, and a previous time he said 3, and then they're going to try to stitch him up for lying in front of Congress, which is what they've tried to do right now. You got to remember, Clinton didn't get done for getting a blowy in the Oval Office. He got done for lying to Congress.
So
you the letter of the law. We ignore the law.
You're saying what I said, that I believe they were trying to get Dr. Fauci on a perjury charge, which get him to answer a question now, and they can show back in during the pandemic he said something different. So you agree with me that they were trying to get him on a perjury charge, but folks are saying that they couldn't charge him because he's been pardoned. I agree with you. I think that if he lies today, they can suggest that Biden's pardon does not cover him for lying under oath in 2026.
It wouldn't, because it's a new fresh aspect, which is why they wanted to bring him in front of Congress to question him. And you have to remember, the 5th isn't the right to remain silent. 5th is not to be a witness against yourself.
Yeah. Wow. So, we're going to see, because I do believe they're trying to hold him in contempt. They are trying to suggest what he did was not legal. So we'll find out where it goes, but they're still after Fauci.
So why don't we ask them how the Presidential War Act is legal and how an act can amend the Constitution? Ask them how all the laws pertaining to categorization of citizens like women or trans is legal and not violation of 18 U.S.C. 241 and a multitude of other laws. See, why do we keep playing with their bouncy ball and never question them correctly? Because Democrats love to play with the bouncy ball.
Well, I don't know. I gotta say, I don't know. Trans in the military. You're saying that if a male
to categorize a citizen into a subcategory, you have to show me where male comes from. It doesn't say all persons will be given a label of color and gender by a doctor at birth. And based upon the label of color and gender, will get different rights. And then if you change the gender assigned by a third party, you have less rights and must ask for new permissions.
But we
this
actually
emotional bullshit is what we've got to stop. Excuse my language.
Yeah, but we actually do separate our genders in the military. There's separate bathrooms and everything. I mean, what happens if I go in the military and I decide to identify as probably the ugliest woman you've ever seen? I mean, what are you saying? I should still be able to go in the...
Are you saying that you'd be Klinger? Do you not remember MASH? Do you not remember Klinger?
It's a TV show.
I mean,
I get it.
Come on, these asinine conversations. All the while, there's no fiscal responsibility. They're spending $9 trillion a year. We pay them $475 a day. They can spend $46 million a day, unchecked, unfettered. We've got teams of hunters chasing us every day. If we slip up once, they can incarcerate us, remove our assets, and remove our vote. We've got no oversight over them. People don't know the Constitution. The guy who's running in Michigan, I asked on his live the other night, how many articles and amendments? He didn't know.
Look, I'm not...
U.S. Senate who don't know the fucking basics.
I'm not arguing with you. Hold on.
Stuff.
I'm not arguing with you that there are significantly more important things to be concerned with than transgender in the military or playing basketball or some shit like that. I get that. But what I am saying is there is a large portion of the country that are saying something about this. What do we do? You're saying the Constitution says that if a person changes gender while they're in the military, they should be able to...
gender. I don't know what you're talking about. Person has rights. Citizen gets privileges and immunities, and they're called the people. It was using the term gender when the Constitution is non-binary. The word male was changed to the word sex in the 19th Amendment. There's no such thing as women's right to vote. To introduce uncontractual terms into a contractual agreement is why you always lose.
I don't like this. I'm gonna tell you, as somebody who leans left, I do not like the notion of saying there is no gender. This is what got the left in trouble to begin with.
There isn't. If a corporation can be incorporated and get rights as a person, what gender is a corporation, and why do they have person rights? But a citizen must then be categorized into gender because you can't get over the feelings?
So if there is no gender, if I'm on a military base and they got a woman's bathroom and a male bathroom, I should be able to go in either one of them then, according to you, because there's no gender, right?
In the Constitution, a person has rights. See, we've messed everything up socially.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, should I be able to go in both bathrooms?
What you would do is, out of courtesy, you'd probably go into whichever one that you identify with. And more than likely, if bathrooms are set up in any way correctly, it's not going to be huge gaps. There'll be individual cubicles like civilized countries do. Like, how does somebody go to the bathroom on an airplane?
Let me ask you this way. Let me ask you this way, because I think in the military, in some branches, the women wear skirts or whatever. They don't all wear pants. What if I want, when they're handing out uniforms, if I want female clothing, should I be given that? If I go in looking like I'm looking now and I tell them no, I want the skirt. They got some kind of boat or tie or whatever for the women in the Air Force. If I want that,
was Klinger allowed to wear dresses and makeup and earrings in the 70s?
So your answer is yes.
Well, again, does a person have rights? For me to say that you are a black person is saying that you're an other person. The law says you're a person who is whoever you want to be. I'm a person who's a bear. I want to ask for bear person rights and demand that people march for bear person rights and sell t-shirts saying I'm a bear, which bathroom can I use? Hey, what permission can I have because I'm a bear?
I don't like this.
I'm a person, and socially I'm whoever I want. Again, your feelings don't affect the law.
That's the
problem we have in society.
I don't like this. I'm going to tell you straight out. This is why, if as somebody who leans left, to me, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not arguing your legality and your constitutional stuff. I'm saying this stuff is incredibly unpopular. There is no gender, and the suggestion that if somebody goes in the military and they want female clothing as opposed to male clothing, or they want to sleep in the female barracks as opposed to the male barracks, because there's no gender, we should let them do it. This is going to destroy the left talking like this.
Mm-hmm. What's destroyed the left is not talking like this, because you've allowed it. Is a corporation, what gender is a corporation, and why do you respect them as a person? Why do we categorize corporations? See, corporations weren't dumb. They didn't go and say, I'm a lumber corporation, I'm an oil corporation, and we're all going to fight against each other, and we're going to create corporate rights. And then we're all going to go separately to the courts, and we'll ask what permission each segment of a corporation can have.
Okay.
That would be stupid. So what they did in 1869 is go to the court, and they took their rights as a person. Then in 1906, they took rights as people. Same in 2010. And in Delaware, they can now vote as a citizen in local municipalities. So what gender is a corporation? Why do they have people, person, and voting rights?
Then they need to maybe make a change and take that corporation shit out of there. But in the comments, Rooster says he's not saying there is no gender though. He's basically saying if you join the military, yeah, right. You're basically saying if you join the military, once you're in there, you should be able to navigate on either side, however you see fit. If I want to sleep in a female barracks, because of the way you're saying the law is, I should be allowed to do that.
So what we would do is we'd be adults and we'd say, okay, socially, we can have a male and female. And you know what? Why don't we have a unisex bathroom? Why don't we have a unisex dorm? Why don't we have, like we do in Europe? I've been going to bathrooms in Europe 20, 30 years ago that were unisex. Like, what's wrong with the US? Why? We're the most scared sexually, but we consume the most corn.
I'm listening to you. I know the European thing. I'm totally fine with it, but I'm simply saying it is very unpopular in this country. And for the Democrat Party, saying what you're saying, even if you had a law behind you, is a loser. The American people do not want unisex military. They don't want what you're talking about.
Because American people refers to the white male patriarchal wealth society, and I don't give a fuck about the American people. I care about the citizens of the United States, because American is white male patriarchal society. America 1776, Articles of Confederation. I don't know why you can't understand this and you keep pushing their agenda.
I do understand it. I also I'm reading the room. I understand what you're saying. I'm reading the room. I don't even think most Democrats want completely unisex military where the dudes are walking in, you can walk in female barracks. I don't even think most Democrats want that.
You're making stuff up because we've created going, okay, if there's different genders, we can have a non-binary facility. If we can't service the citizens because a couple of people have got feelings, then the earth must be flat. And the next thing we're going to be growing crops with Gatorade. Like, we can't pander to the idiots constantly. This is the problem with society. If you give the dumbest person in society and tell them they're smart, we suddenly have a bunch of creators with lives saying the most asinine shit because another dumb person said they were smart. And that's created this political agenda of idiocracy with no substance of basics. How many articles and amendments? I think Congress aren't doing their job. Great. How many articles? Don't know. Then you're making shit up because you can't have an opinion. You're just making shit up because you don't know.
But I got to tell you, looking at the comment section, particularly on TikTok, there's a lot of folks on TikTok, which I think is more my predominantly left audience. They agree with you. They agree. Now on YouTube, different story. But
they're mad. See, but this is what people have to understand. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. You can live in your brothel town with gambling, devil's lettuce, and alcohol called Pahrump. You can even elect Dennis Hoff as a state representative, the owner of the brothel, Cat House on HBO, the pimp. He was elected to House of Representatives in Nevada, but he passed away 2 weeks prior, and he was still elected. But are we going to honor the Constitution at a federal level? Can you still live in Lynchburg, Tennessee, or should we be hijacking it or boycotting Jack Daniels because they don't allow their citizens to drink? You can make Jack Daniels all day. You can't even have a beer after work because Lynchburg, Tennessee is a dry town, but they make Jack Daniels. That's the United States, people. I love this country. We can all live differently as long as each person is free to move through the country, which we've never audited small towns. We still have sundown towns, proving Congress has never done their job.
So let me ask you, and like I said, we're talking transgender shit, and I'm the first to admit I don't think this is anywhere near as big of an issue as the right makes it, but I am leaning more right on the issue. I do believe the gender should be separated, but I'm going with your constitutional angle. Based on the Constitution, from what you're saying then, if a biological male wanted to play on a female team, you're saying it's unconstitutional to prevent them, right?
Again, This goes down to private corporations and making rules. So they say, do you know what? If there are enough people to have a new league, we probably just set up a new league. Hey, why do we have?
What if it's not enough people? What if it's not enough people?
Where's the 9 trillion? Where's our
wait. Let me make sure I get the answer. So in other words, if it's not enough people for a league, let's say you got a town where there's only one transgender boy in town. He's transitioned into a girl, and he's the only one in town, and he wants to play for the female team. You're saying the Constitution says he should be allowed to do that, right?
To categorize a citizen into a subcategory.
You're not saying yes or no, though. You're not saying yes or no.
Because you're asking me for a definitive based upon a hypothetical that you've made up, which is nonsensical.
So there's no. So it's
you're making shit up to try to get an answer.
Because this is what could happen.
Tim, I asked you the most basics. How many articles and amendments are in the
Wait a minute, 27. Wait a minute. You're telling me. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. You're telling me there is no chance at all that a biological male would ever transition to a female and try to play for a female team. That is completely made up. That'll never happen.
There's a chance of it raining cows tomorrow. There's a chance. There's a chance that it's flat. There is a chance. You're like Dumb and Dumber. You tell me there's
a chance. To me, what you're doing right now is the equivalent of not wanting to answer what a woman is. This is why the left, you can't do that.
Yes, I can. Because I can do whatever I want, and you can't debunk me except give me your feelings.
All right. Okay. I got to move it on. I'll leave it at that.
I'm trying to flip it back to, if we're having political discussions and we're introducing emotions, we're not having political discussions.
Okay. But I'm just simply saying this is the conversation that's going on, and just dodging the conversation is unlikely.
No, I'm not. I've answered the question. A person has rights. Next question. The fact that you want to play.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what your answer is. I asked you if a biologist. I don't know. Your answer is, well, you're just making up something that's hypothetical. So you really did not answer the question.
So I'll ask you simply, do persons have rights, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so your hypothetical of categorizing citizens is 18 USC 241. You're trying to categorize a citizen into a subcategory based upon your feelings and emotions to take away a constitutional right from another person. Okay. It's exactly why you should be mad, because the civil rights, 1983 and 85, is the exact same. If somebody said a black person can't play in sports,
I would have a yes or no answer for that.
Because they're a person and they can legally play in sport.
I would have a yes or if you told me should black people. If you told me if you asked me should black people if a black person wanted to join an all white swimming team in a town where it was mostly white people, I would even have to quote the club. I would have an answer for that. I wouldn't have to tell you any laws. I would have an answer for that.
You'd have your feelings for it, and I can say legally they're a person.
Okay. All right.
So that's all we have to get back to, and I appreciate your time as always. I don't care left or right. Can we just hold Congress accountable and get back to where's our money and respect persons' rights and get back to policy? Because if we know it's person, then policy is, do we need unisex bathrooms? Hey, if it's person rights, do we need health care for women? It should be free to give birth. Should we have maternity and paternity leave? Can we get back to the actual real policy questions that respect people?
I'm with you on that.
So thank you.
I'm with you on that. Thank you, Smokey, as always. I appreciate you coming through. All right, looking in the comments, tap the screen, get us up to 110. Stevie D says, well done, Smokey, finally calling him out on feelings over our laws. So Stevie, you lean right. Get the fuck out of here. Your whole side on that issue. In fact, my asking him questions, I was asking questions from a right-wing perspective. So get the fuck out of here, Stevie D. Appreciate seeing you in the comments, though. We the Rebel says you can't do that if you want me to take you seriously. Listen, I get his point on laws over feelings, but while that is what is the way things should be done, we do a lot of stuff in this country based on feelings, a lot, and up to and including in courtrooms and all of that stuff. A lot of stuff we do is based on feelings. I think that's just part of humanity. I mean, I don't think we follow anything black and white by color of the law. A lot of stuff we do is based on feelings. Like let's say, for instance, a mom is caught shoplifting in Walmart, and they catch her at the car and they find out she's loading diapers and shit in the car and she got 3 young babies in the back, and you find out she's shoplifting because she can't feed her kids. Feelings are going to take place. You may actually have the cop offer to pay her theft stuff off. Or if she goes to court, the judge may let her off. I mean, feelings do interfere with laws. I hear what he's saying, but feelings interfere with laws all the time. I mean, Trump just pardoned all of those J6 folks. All of that's feelings. 100% Trump's pardons of those J6 folks. All of that shit is based on feelings. We actually do let feelings interfere with our. I mean, a lot of people, like during the 3 strikes era, the crack era, you had all these African Americans getting these ridiculously long draconian sentences. The feeling was racism. Feelings have always interfered with our laws. I don't think we do anything just that is solely black and white. Feelings do play a part. I can agree with him in suggesting they shouldn't, but it does. It does. Feelings absolutely do play a part. In the comments, he said that's discretion. Discretion. I mean, even the cops, though, even the cops sometimes will make a decision whether or not to arrest somebody, or the prosecutor may make a decision whether or not to charge somebody when they have a clear-cut case, and it may be solely based on feelings. It ain't always discretion. Sometimes it's just feelings. My heart went out to this person, and I just, I'm just not going to make her life even worse, even though what she did is a crime. Happens all the time. Feelings plays a part in the way we do our laws. Yeah, because if your wife is cheating and you will kill someone, but just say that was effing her, you will get a lighter sentence. You're talking about heat of passion. If you identify as transgender female in the military, before they can sleep in female quarters, they have to have had full transition surgery, says Kelbrew. So if they've had the full transition surgery, then they can actually, to me, the Trump administration is probably going to make it so that if you're born a male, even a surgery ain't going to work. If you're born a male, they want you to stay a male, period. I think that's what is his name? Caitlyn Jenner, formerly known as Bruce. That person is MAGA. And Caitlyn Jenner was complaining that she can't even travel internationally no more because the Trump administration is putting male on her passport. So when she show up to customs in other countries and shit, claiming to be a female, you got a driver's license or whatever from California that says female, but your passports that say male. I mean, so I don't know. Who gave the label of male? How is this legal? So what are you saying? If there is no such thing as gender, I don't know. What do you call a person with a penis versus a vagina? They're just both human. I mean, you don't differentiate them at all. I mean, if the police are chasing you down an alley and they have to radio in what they're pursuing, I'm chasing a 6'6" human. Well, my height kind of tells what sex I probably am. But let's say you're chasing somebody that's 5'8". I'm chasing a 5'8" human. I mean, how could you get by if you don't address? There has to be a gender. How can you get by if you don't? Same thing. So when people get locked up, I get locked up for a major felony. Well, I want to go into the women's prison. Should that be okay? I mean, I don't know. To me, I do see some problems in trying to suggest there's no gender. I do see where there could be some problems. This kind of nonsense is exactly why the Democrats keep losing, says handsome conservative. I agree with this. I won't say the Democrats keep losing because they've been winning a lot since Trump has been president. But I do say I believe this issue is a losing issue. I'm going to say that what I said earlier. The Democrats should treat this like Project 2025, like Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. Wait till you get in there and do this stuff. Wait till you get in there where you got enough power to codify laws and stuff like that. But don't campaign on this. This stuff is a loser. It's a loser to the right completely. It's going to hurt you with independence. And then the old school Democrats, the ones that are of age, because this is a younger crowd type. This is a younger crowd mentality. The younger crowd is evolving. The older crowd, even on the Democrat side, is like, what the fuck is that? As an African American, I can tell you homophobia in the African American community is pretty heavy, and certainly was when I was younger. Cosmetic surgery doesn't change who you are, says We the Rabble. Anyway, let me go back to the box, tap the screen. Like I said, I don't pay you $100 to get rid of this Democrat. I didn't see that, handsome conservative. Oh my God. Stick the ruler. Good evening, Stick. Who gave the label of male? How is that legal? Smokey, you got the Constitution on your side. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm just saying it is a loser. You're to me, it's the akin of going back in the 1800s and using the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal, and trying to defend an African American in the middle of Alabama with that. The people in Alabama don't want to hear about what the Declaration of Independence says. They don't see these Negroes as equal. You can read whatever you want from the law. To them, these Negroes ain't equal. And if you're running for office suggesting that you're going to bring up the Declaration of Independence here in this county in the late 1700s talking about Negroes are equal, it's going to be a losing battle for your side. But you're right. The law is on your side. But the voters may not be. Stick, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
I'm getting hung out to dry. Talk to me. What you heard the conversation? I hate talking about this trans shit because I do think it's a minimal issue. But where is your stance on this? Now you're military. Do you believe a transgender male should just be able to navigate as they may? There is no such thing as gender.
It's not about it's no such thing as gender because it is a such thing as gender
by law. He's saying the law does not separate based on gender.
No, it doesn't. It's person. It says person. So if you're a person and you were born here, person. So he's absolutely right. It should not go by male or female, black or white, and anything in between. It should just be that's a person. That's it. Nothing else.
So person should be able to go in any bathroom they want, play for any team they want because they're a person, right?
Yeah, and just like you said about the airplane. However, it's one commode that one person has to use. So it's just like a unisex bathroom. It's the same thing. It's two people going in there, and they got them right now. They got family bathrooms where
they have
the same bathroom with the kids.
That's not the same. When you talk about a public bathroom where 7 or 8 people can be in there at the same time, a family bathroom, I mean, it's just you guys in there privately. They don't have a family bathroom where a bunch of strangers.
Yes, they do. They have the one with the baby stations in it, where the people that got babies can go and put their baby on the station, whether it's a man or a female. It's called a unisex bathroom, a family unisex bathroom. Whole families going there at the same fucking time instead of the man standing there waiting for his daughter.
That ain't what I'm saying. So, Stick, you in there with your woman and your baby, and you telling me I can walk in there on y'all too?
Yes.
And if I got a girlfriend, they can walk in there too.
Yes.
Where is this happening at?
This fucking Brandon Mall in Tampa, Florida.
I ain't never seen that.
They have them. Listen, I'm just gonna tell you how it is. In the Brandon Mall, they call it the Brandon Exchange. It has a men's bathroom. In the middle, it has a unisex family bathroom, and on the right side, closest to where you get everybody's at. I'm assuming for women, it's the women's
Hold on. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks have seen bathrooms like this? Yes or no, where you could be in the bathroom with your baby and your wife, and another dude and his girlfriend can walk in there, and everybody can come in at the same time. How many of you seen these kind of bathrooms? I've never seen
this. There's no urinals, number one. It's all stalls. So when you go in a stall, just like if you go into the airplane, you are in a stall. You're there by yourself. No one else can see you. The door is closed, just like the stall door is closed. It's the same fucking shit.
Wait.
When you come out, it sinks and the fucking late.
But it's a stall where a whole family can fit in it?
No, it's individual stalls. Individual stalls, one person at a time. However, in the bathroom where the sink is at, there's places where you can put your baby down if you got to change your baby.
I know.
Right?
Hold on. I
see that same bathroom.
Well, hang on a second.
It's in that same bathroom.
Here's where the difference is. And I see Brockers in the comments that saying all movie theaters have them. I've been in family bathrooms where you go in and there's one toilet and one urinal, and then it's got the little thing that folds down a changing table. But it's not designed for 10 people to come in there. 10 different or strangers. It's generally the bathrooms in the movie theater is generally designed for people that all know each other to be in there. I'm asking him, can you have it like this where you're in there with your baby and your wife, and then all of a sudden I can come in there? I ain't seen those.
Yes. So it's about eight to 9 stalls regular. No, it's 8 stalls regular, and then on each end there's a handicap stall, which is bigger than the rest of them. And in front of those stalls are sinks and the changing stations. So I mean,
now when you say stall, that means I can walk in the bathroom, and if I look down at the ground, I can see people's feet, right?
Probably so, yes.
I
mean, I'm not paying attention to like the ground because I'm in there to use the bathroom. However, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, if it's like that, it's like that. You still can't just look into the stall and see anybody. You have to physically go up under that motherfucker and look, or you have to go up top and try to look over. Whatever.
So are there urinals? Are there urinals in these bathrooms, or is it just all stalls?
No, it's all stalls. There's no urinals at all. Period.
I ain't never seen
everything is a stall.
And I'm telling you, as an over-the-road driver, I've been to millions of Loves and Pilots and Sat Brothers. I've been to a lot of. I ain't never seen this kind of a bathroom. I'm ignorant. I ain't never seen this.
So listen. This is the thing about it. Kids go missing. The mall understood that kids go missing. They made it safe where you can take your child into a bathroom while also being in the bathroom, even if that child is the opposite sex, because there's other people with kids in the bathroom to do and make sure of the same thing. There's no stigma to it because it's a unisex bathroom.
I've never been in the bathroom in my life stick where I saw a mom with her child come walking in. I've never had that happen to me.
No, this is the God honest truth.
I hear you. I'm hearing you. I just never had it happen. I've never had it happen.
I'm gonna say it like this: a dude walk in with his child, whether he got on pants or a skirt. I see him. He's got his child. He walks into the bathroom, puts his child in the stall. He either goes in another stall right next to his child, or he goes and he stands there and waits for his child to come out. What the fuck is he doing wrong? Nothing. He's waiting on his child. Doesn't get accosted.
Yeah, I don't buy into the notion that we shouldn't have transgender bathrooms because the transgender are going to go abuse kids. I don't believe any of that. I'm just simply saying what you're talking about. I've never walked into a bathroom, for instance, and seen a woman in there. A woman in her kid. I'm about to go in here and take a leak, and there's a woman in the kid sit. I've never walked in the bathroom and seen that. So what you're talking about, I guess I just have never caught it. Now, like I said, in the movie theaters, they do have family bathrooms, but it is a room that may only have one toilet, one stall, and a changing table. It's not designed for additional people. Once you're in there with your baby and your girlfriend or whatever, it's not designed for more people to come in and you go in there and you lock the door. It's not for more people to join y'all. You're talking about a room where people can come in and join you.
Yeah, I'm talking about a family bathroom. It's for everybody. If you walk in there and all the stalls are took, you can either stay in that motherfucker and wait for a stall to open, or you can take your ass out in the hallway and try to use the men or the women's bathroom. However, you're supposed to be in there because you have a family or you have a family member that you need to take in there. You're not just going in there just using the restroom just to use the restroom. You're going in there. You notice people are going in there with kids. Because if you're a standalone, if you're a standalone person, they have that bathroom for you. They have a male bathroom. They have a female bathroom. However, if you are a transgender person, you need to have a child going in there as well. And
real quick, just to do it again, I want to make sure I see this. Yes or no in the comments. How many of you folks have seen bathrooms like what he is talking about? I have never seen this. That's all I'm saying. I have never seen that. Nowhere I've been, I've seen them like that.
And they got them. They also have them at the rest stops here in Florida as well. Because again, kids go missing. So what they had to make it to where you can watch your damn kid at all times. So in the middle of the truck stop, I mean not the truck stop, but the rest stop, you have the same setup. You have the unisex.
I have a daughter.
The other two on the end.
Yeah, when my daughter was when my daughter was real young and she was with me, yeah, I would take her in the men's room and she would go in the stall and I would help her on the toilet and close the door and be in there with her. But you're making it sound like, I don't know, just the way you're doing it, the way you're making it sound like full-grown adults, mom and dad are walking in the bathroom together. I just have never seen it happen.
With the kids. See, that's the thing you keep missing.
So they have to have a kid though.
Yes, and that's the kicker. Yes, it's a unisex restroom. However, you're supposed to be in there with a child.
Okay.
You're not supposed to be in there dolo solo. You're supposed to be in there with a child.
Do you favor allowing any gender to come in dolo solo with no baby?
No. That's why it's a family bathroom. That's why they have a men and
That's
a
what we were talking about. So in other words, you do believe if it's just an adult, they should be separated by genders. You don't believe a man should be able to walk in a woman's bathroom dolo solo. You don't agree with it.
Listen, so again, dolo solo, a man should not walk into a woman's bathroom. That's my opinion.
About.
But you didn't. You asked me what it was that I had going on here in Florida, and I told you they have unisex bathrooms in the middle that you and your kids can go in there and use the bathroom, whether it's mom and dad together with the kids, or whether it's just dad and his daughter or his son, whatever the case may be.
But you do want adults separated by gender. You're because I thought you were on the side of my last caller, but now that
I said I don't believe in that. Now, mind you, if a person has went and did the whole Jenner thing, the whatever his name is, Jenner, the track athlete, he done snip and
they had the surgery. They had the surgery.
Well, what can you do?
Yeah.
Like really? And then on top of that, like really?
How about this one? How about this one? Caitlyn Jenner has not had the surgery. Should that person be able to go in the men's bathroom?
Say that again.
Caitlyn Jenner, aka Bruce Jenner, has not had the snip surgery. What bathroom should that person be able to go in?
Well, number one, if they still looking like a female, I'm just going to assume that they're going to go to the female bathroom.
That ain't what I asked you, though. That ain't what I asked you.
So what I'm telling you is, if they're dressed like Caitlyn Jenner, I would rather Caitlyn Jenner go to the female bathroom.
Okay. What about incarcerated? What about while incarcerated?
What do you mean while incarcerated?
Caitlyn Jenner looks like a female. Let's say she gets locked up and is sent off to jail. Which jail should she?
I think that Caitlyn Jenner should go to the female prison. You look like a female. You don't look like. You may look like a busted old female, but you look like a female.
But she has a penis.
Still go to the. I mean, is she still attracted to females?
What the fuck does that got to do with it?
Because you can have all the working parts and you still don't want to fucking use it because you.
What does that got to do with you as an inmate? Who you attracted to?
Because you're not attracted to females, so you're no danger.
So if I get locked up and I don't want to go to a level 4 maximum security prison where I gotta be fighting for every damn thing. Because it would be a lot easier for me to be in a woman's prison. Hold on. So then you're saying all I got to do is throw on a wig or some shit before I turn myself in and tell them I'm attracted to women or men rather, and I should go to the female lockup?
I'm gonna say it just like this, Tim. If Jenner, that person that looks like a woman but just still has a pole, goes into a male facility, they're gonna treat that person like a female, and it's gonna constantly be going, the wrong way. Let's just say that, right? Because that's just what it is.
Crazy.
And so just like Orange is the New Black. I don't know if you ever seen that series.
I remember it.
Orange is the New Black.
I remember it.
There was a guy in there that did everything and was taking the hormones and all of that stuff in a female prison. Because you look like a female, you're going to get treated like one in a male prison.
I'm just going to tell you, Stick, like I said, if I committed a major crime, let's say I'm on a run for committing murder or something like that, and I know eventually I'm going to get caught, and I know how, because male prisons are significantly harsher living environments than it is female. I'm absolutely going to maybe consider, well, shit, I just tell them I'm gay, I like guys. Make sure when they catch me, I got a wig and lipstick and shit. I mean, so all of a sudden, even though I got male genitalia, but based on what you're saying, they're going to put me in with the women.
Well, my whole thing is this, Tim. Like, I believe that the Jenner case, don't put him in a male prison because that's going to go totally wrong. Which already just by that person even being free and famous is going totally wrong because everybody got to.
They put you in solitary. They put you in. Bruce Jenner or Caitlyn Jenner with the penis, you would go in a male's lockup in solitary. You don't go to the female lock. They would put him in solitary.
So again, now instead of just being there doing his time, he's got to again worry about getting great. He's got to worry about being alone until his stint is over with. So again, throw his ass in the goddamn female camp. Be done with it.
Wow.
Let him do his time. He ain't gonna get great. It is what it is. Like I'm still trying to figure out what the problem is. Less harm. It's less harm being done.
Okay, you guys are on my left flank. I gotta move it on, but. Just don't say this before election time. Let's not have this conversation anymore. I can't believe you guys think like this.
So no, it's not that we think like this. It's that the people that lean right, they always think like this. And this shit ain't helping my pockets. It's not helping.
I agree with all that. I agree with that. It's a deflection.
Hold on, Tim. Fuck the deflection part. It's a derangement. It's TDS at its best, trans derangement system. That's what that is. It's TDS, trans derangement syndrome. They got it, right?
All right.
You know your ass got trans derangement syndrome. Like so at the end of the day, just like motherfucking Morgan Freeman said, stop talking about it. We don't give a fuck. We not in their bedroom. We don't care. Just as well as y'all don't care that Trump is raping y'all blind, just as well as y'all don't care that his kids is raping y'all blind, just as well as you don't care that his stepson, whatever his name is, son-in-law, Jared Kushner got $2 billion too before in the first term. Fuck you too. Like we don't give a fuck about them people in their bedroom or what they got between their legs, right? What we care about is the shit that y'all said that y'all care about. I'm worried about my gas prices. I'm worried about my groceries. I'm worried about these new kids getting daycare. I'm worried about motherfucking this war with Iran. Like, I'm worried about shit that I need to be worried about. I'm not worried about no motherfucker that I don't need to be worried about. That's just fucking point blank.
All right. I don't disagree with you, but I wouldn't say it out loud. I got to move it on, Stick. Thank you.
I guess.
And that's what I'm saying in regards to this whole thing is it's just like Project 2025 on the right. I don't totally disagree with what he's saying, but I do believe saying it out loud will have consequences. Tap the screen. Lisa, I wonder if I take you home, would we still be in love? Thank you for the TikTok cap. Appreciate that, Lisa. Lisa in Coat Jam, head to toe. We the Rebel says a licensed doctor made the determination based on education and experience. That's what you're saying, gender was based on that. Are there any other body modifications or psychological issues that allow you to choose how you go to prison? No. And I don't think that we'll ever get to the point where the penal institutions will see things the way Stick said. That if you are looking like a woman and you identify as a woman and you have the same sexual preferences of a woman, but you have male genitalia, they're going to throw you in a woman's prison. I don't think we'll ever see that in our lifetime. Even in the liberal areas, I don't think they want that. Because people already, as he was pointing out, people already get sexually violated while inside. Can you imagine if you allowed the dudes to switch? You'd have all sorts of families and babies and shit in. There's no way that's gonna happen. You're gonna put a person with a penis in the male facility? And even if a person is truly operating as, let's take Caitlyn Jenner, somebody who genuinely is going around as a woman, or RuPaul or something. I think RuPaul's kind of still doing the man thing, but let's say you get somebody who is gay, who has no attraction to men, even though they were born a biological male. You lock them up and they got a choice between that or nothing or their hand. Some of them are going to revert back. Just like you got a lot of straight dudes that get locked up and what they call it, gay for the stay. So if you start putting folks with actual male genitalia in women's lockups, you're going to start having babies and all kinds of shit going. I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't think I don't think even a pro-trans crowd would ever do that, because it just opens up the door for what I just said. Nightmares like that. In the comments though, Tim, there are multiple men in women's prisons already. Men with penises? Is that the plural word? What is penis plural? Penises? I don't know. So you're telling me this is already happening? I am ignorant as fuck on this. You're telling me that the women's prisons have dudes, people with male genitalia on them? All right. I got to do some Googling, because I heard of this. And I'll tell you this in the comments. I'm not the only one that's ignorant on this topic, because I see folks also saying this. The guards are different, Pobo. We're talking about the incarcerated population, not the guard. Yeah, there are female guards that work in men's prisons, and even they fall victim sometimes, because you can't control who you fall in love with. There are plenty of female guards that actually fall for some of the male inmates and get banged by them. Can you imagine if they're both in a cell together as an inmate? That would cause all kinds of problems. But some of you folks are saying that there are male inmates or inmates with male genitalia in female institutions. I have never heard that. Guards is a different story. That's an employee. That's something different. Let me go back to the box. Pobo, maybe you need to answer that. I see BX Hottie. Pobo, good evening. Pobo, good evening.
Yes, I just want to come up because y'all like to talk about the prison or whatever, right? Because y'all watch TV and y'all think that's how it is. But there are already female males in prison with breasts that they have breasts. Now they probably still have the male genitalia, but they have breasts. They look like women. When you walk in there, you would think, "Hey, what that woman doing in here?"
Well, shit, I got a pair. Listen, I'm not in shape. Hold on, I'm not in shape. I got a pair of B cups right now. We're not talking about titties. We're talking about niggas.
Yes, like you was talking about Caitlyn Jenner. If you research it, Caitlyn Jenner says he was a lesbian trapped in a male body because she still liked women. That's why he never cut off his penis.
Shit's complicated as hell.
Yes, it's confusing. It's confusing, ain't it? She, whatever it is, said She was a lesbian trapped in a man's body. That's what she said.
So what I'm asking you, and you got echo, you got a major echo. I don't know. We're going to cut it short a little bit, but what I'm asking you, would you put Caitlyn in a male or female institution?
Oh, she would go in a male.
Thank you.
Yeah, because he's a male.
Okay.
Now, if she had a full sex change, I don't know what they would do with her.
Yeah.
If she had a full sex change or he had a full sex change.
So you disagree with my last caller suggesting that if a person is attracted to the other sex and they look like a woman, even though they got a penis still, you wouldn't put them in a female. He was saying,
I like Stick, but sometimes Stick don't want to tell the truth. Sometimes I feel like he be he trying to stick to his guns.
That's what you say about me.
Well, yeah, you don't like telling the truth neither. You trying to get
well, you told me I'm
a galaxy. You know the truth. You just trying to get a galaxy.
I haven't gotten a galaxy in days. You told me I'm a Satan worshiper. Shit.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
How the hell am I? You say some wild shit. I do not worship Satan. I don't know where you got that one from. You say because I like
you say something favorable about Donald Trump before you say something favorable about Jesus Christ. But you want me not to follow Jesus, but you want me to make sure that I obey traffic laws. You saying just because somebody say I'm a Christian, I should say, well, that guy's a Christian because he said so. And he's going to be in heaven because even though he was a slave master, just because he had the Bible in his back pocket, that made him a Christian. That don't make him a Christian. A Christian, that's why I don't even say Christian no more, because Republicans done messed that word up. Now it's a follower of Jesus Christ, because you're supposed to follow. You're supposed to be like Jesus. And if they are not being like Jesus, you can't just walk around. Gangster grandma can't come up here and say, I'm a freaky Christian. No, that ain't how it works. You can't just say that.
Wait a minute. You telling me Christians can't be freaky?
Yeah. In their bedroom and what they doing, but they can't walk around here telling you, Tim, I got a bigger penis than you. I'm eating, I'm shaking, I'm doing all of this. Hallelujah, praise the Lord, I'm a Christian. No, that ain't how it worked. Was Jesus doing that?
I don't know. I mean, listen, Jesus was taking ribs out of women to make a whole other broads out of it.
You're supposed to act like Jesus. You're supposed to be a follower of Jesus Christ. Try to be like him. If you're not trying to be like him, you can say, I'm a Christian all I want. You're going to hell. If you are not, and I know you said, well, see, there you go. Now you're making me scared. Why you got to scare me and make me be like you? Why you got to scare me, Mr. Officer? I got to obey the officer laws. I got to obey everything else, but the man who created everything, I should have to obey him.
Why did you add that?
I'm not gonna yell with gangster grandma.
I'll drop you then. I'll drop you. Listen.
You could have brought her up.
She said she didn't request, so I dropped her. But you're telling me you can't be a Christian and promiscuous.
Yeah, but you don't in your bedroom. You can do whatever you want in your bedroom. But run around here, because that's what it was made for, to create humans, But you can't just. You should be like Christ. You should follow the scripture. And running around telling everybody I'm screwing everybody, men, women, and everybody. That's not like Christ. That's not what the scripture says.
She said that, listen, she's been paid by some white males for pegging and dominatrix type stuff and things like that.
Yeah. So is that Christian?
I don't know. Mike DeSeller, thank you for the head mustache. I don't get it. I gotta thank the few supporters. But I don't know. What are you saying? That excludes you? What about if you do go around pegging folks for money, but you still believe in the Lord? You can't get in?
Okay. I went to college, but I didn't study or nothing. Do I still get a diploma? Do Did I still get to graduate? Do I still get to be a doctor and do heart surgery on you, Tim? I went to college. I did go. But
I'm
I
under
didn't pay
the
attention.
impression.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do anything I was supposed to do there. You gonna give me a diploma?
No, but I'm under the impression as long as towards the end you confess your sins and confess your love of Christ, He'll forgive anything. Are you disagreeing that He won't forgive it?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but God know if you truly mean that. So you've been doing bad your whole life. I'm getting ready to die now. On your deathbed, you're gonna ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
Now, so this magnificent, wonderful God know, do you really mean that? He know, do you really mean it? So, are you going to heaven? Because let's say you did all of that, and correctly you heal, you healthy again. Are you going to continue being a Christian there?
Well, let's say when Gangsta Grandma.
You know the answer to that.
Well, let's say when Gangsta Grandma gets to be 70 or something like that. All the pagan and dominatrix stuff is out of her. So she really now she's confessing her love of Christ. Can she get in?
Yeah. If she truly do what you say she gonna do, and she done and over with it, and because He is a forgiving God. Right. But if you're gonna take that chance and hope you make it to 70, so you can say, okay, now God, I'm ready to play your game. That's up to you trying to play that game. I said that when I was young. Look, Mom, all my family members trying to tell me to be a Christian. I'm going to wait till I get older. Then I'm going to do it. But right now, I'm going to smoke weed, drink beer, and hang out with these women. Now I'm 54 years old.
Well, then let me ask you, because you're talking Christianity. You would be the one to ask this, my poll question, which I have on YouTube. Does Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? Now, you're a Christian. Do you having the idea of having a Muslim governor, a Muslim, senator, Muslim congressman, potentially even a Muslim president that believes in confesses to Allah? Does that concern you at all?
Is he gonna lower the gas price and give me a raise and health care and all that other stuff? Because I don't care about what he's doing in his household.
Yeah, but what about at every speech? They always see.
I don't care.
Wait, hold on.
What I care?
So if he's instead of saying God bless America at the end of the State of the Union, they say Allah bless America. No big deal.
I high five and say Akalam Salaikum. What Donald Trump said after every speech? All y'all dumb and
okay. Let me tell. Hold up.
Black people is horrible.
You're not going to disrespect me and tell me I'm not.
I'm not disrespecting you.
I'm not a Christian. I am a Christian. Just because I said I did some things, that does not make me less of a Christian.
Wow.
So if you were such a so-called Christian, right, you wouldn't be up here talking about me and judging me.
I'm not talking bad about
it does say not to judge people unless you're without sin. And sweetheart, you're sitting right now. And sweetheart, you're on a platform that we should not even be on. Because if you want to get technical, we should not be on any kind of networks. Because you want to say we had to follow God. God didn't have us on no kind of platform.
God don't want you. Wait.
To not be on no kind of platform or anything. So please hush me with because I pegged somebody, and it's you motherfuckers are the worst of the ones. Because the Christian men are the ones that like to be fucked in the ass. Let's go there.
You heard her, Tim?
I'm laughing.
Listen to the Christian, Tim.
I am a Christian.
Listen to the Christian.
I'm calling out you men Christians.
Listen to the Christian.
What are you talking about?
Listen to the
you
Christian,
guys
Tim.
are the ones that like it in the ass.
Who, the Christians?
But wait a minute.
What are you talking about? The white ones are the most of the worst. And they are the Christians. So mix me with, I'm a Christian and I follow Jesus. Well, I guess, because honey boo-boo, they the ones that was paying me thousands of dollars
Whoa.
for 15 minutes.
So Gangsta Grandma.
What are you talking about?
Gangsta Grandma. Listen, okay, for 1 second, please. Those people that you were calling Christians, I'm saying they wasn't. I'm saying that. Hold up, Gangsta Grandma.
So don't come at me, tell me who's a Christian when we got Christian pastors molesting our kids.
I was getting ready to tell you that the pastors.
What I do in my bedroom as a Christian is my business. So do not tell me that I'm not no Christian.
That's all you have to do? That's all you have to do is
No,
feed
I follow God. I know my Bible. I know we got 66 books in the Bible.
Satan know the Bible. Satan know the Bible. Satan know the Bible better than anybody.
Okay, but you're so godly-like, then why are you up here talking to me? If you're so godly-like, why are you judging me? And I guarantee you're not.
I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. I'm judging the fruit. I'm judging the fruit that you are bearing. I'm judging the fruit you are bearing. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying.
Fuck up. What kind of fruit are you bearing?
Listen to the Christian. Listen to Tim, have you heard me saying stuff like that yet? Ever on your page? Have you ever heard me speak like that?
Shut your ass up.
My hands are up.
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what?
Never spoke like that.
You know what, Tim?
Thank you, JPT Farms.
Hey, you know what, Paul Bill? You're going to get really offended by this. I really don't give a fuck.
No, I won't.
But yes, I bet you are a fucking lame in the bedroom. If you think Christians are not fucking freaks, if you think lay on your back and you'll just fuck your woman lay on your back, I guess, and you never ate coochie and you never bent a woman over, I guess you are a lame in the bed. Because honey, freaks, we like it like that. We like being bent over. We like it like that. We like being choked. Christians, we are like that too. So I guess you're just a lame in the bed if you think that a woman just spreads her legs and you just up on the shit.
Hey, Tim, what did I say?
That's what Christian does. Shit,
Tim,
honey.
Hold up, gangster. Hold up. Tim,
Wow.
what did I say?
I don't know what to. I don't even know what. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Hold up. Hold up, gangster. I told Tim you can do whatever you want to do in your bedroom, but this is nobody else's business. That you don't go around telling Christians. You don't think that don't the pastor have babies? What do you think he doing?
What are you talking about? What I do in my bedroom is me.
You telling everybody.
Why are you judging me on what I do in my bedroom?
You telling everybody.
Is it
That's your problem.
Hold on. Hold on, gangster. Pobo, let me ask you, Pobo. Is it a sin to tell people what you did in your bathroom? And Mike the Sailor, thank you.
Why should you? That's between you. That's between you and your woman.
Yeah, but what if you? What do you say? So you saying it's between you and your woman? So it's a sin to tell somebody what you guys did?
It's not no sin. Tell me the sin.
Let me hear his answer.
I believe it is, because that's like.
Hold
up, please, Tim, ask me a question, gangster. Wouldn't that be like pornography? Now you running around telling people about your sex life?
No.
So wait, hold on. So let's say for example, let's say I'm talking to one of my boys in the locker room after working out, and I'm like, man, I think I'm getting old, man. My shit ain't working no more. Man, my woman, and I give him the spill. I'm telling them what we was doing. I mean, is that?
That's not no sin.
So you telling you confining to your brother.
He's just a lame biscuit.
You making Christianity hard, man.
No, listen, you can find. Because I had a coworker.
Baby, I'm sorry. Do you want me to come over and show you a few things?
You don't want to.
Yeah.
What are you trying to?
They got too many miles on it. They got too many miles on it.
I'm playing with him.
He said I don't want that.
He's too much of vanilla for me. I mean, I might give him a heart attack. You know what I mean?
What did she say? I'm vanilla?
Yeah, she said you vanilla.
Baby, you vanilla, honey. You vanilla.
I'm a black man with dreads down my.
That ain't what she mean. That ain't what she mean.
No, that's not what I mean, baby. You chocolate as hell, but you vanilla in the bedroom. That's what vanilla means.
Oh, well, maybe I am to you.
Yeah, you're vanilla, baby.
Maybe I am.
I bet you nothing. You don't even know what the reverse cowboy is. I guarantee you don't even know what the reverse cowboy is. Good God. You're making Christianity look bad, my Negro. Not all of us is a fucking vanilla, baby.
Listen.
I'm sorry.
Hey, gangster.
Baby, what do you want, vanilla? You want me to show you some chocolate, baby?
Can you listen for for a minute?
Yes,
The Bible said the road to Christianity is a narrow road. Ain't that many people gonna go? So if it's easy, like you say, all I got to say.
Easy. So I never said Christianity was easy.
What you said? Listen to what you said.
Tell me I'm not a Christian though, dog. You can't tell me. I much crap. No, I have deep faith. Just because I'm because I'm not vanilla and I don't swing your way.
Wow.
Doesn't mean I don't have my Christian beliefs. You cannot tell me that, dog.
Can you tell me what is Christian belief then? Because all I heard in Christian belief is I got a dildo, I plug people,
I do this. That doesn't mean I don't believe in God. What are you talking about?
I smoke weed. I do everything in the world. Everything that the world have to offer me. I utilize it.
Who did you vote for?
Hallelujah.
Who did you vote for?
Well, this time, I only voted one time in my life, and I hate that I had to do that. But I did vote for Kamala Harris.
Why do you hate that you had to vote?
Why did you have to hate to vote, though? That's not like I'm talking the right.
Because as a Christian, like I have told Tim before, I do not give no man for credit for anything that I have accomplished in life. Because like I said, I'm 54 years old. So Tim voted for Kamala Harris. She did not win. She did not.
I voted for her.
Did your vote count? Are you happy with your vote? Because we have Trump right now.
With my vote.
So
I sure am happy.
You voted for?
I voted for a black woman. Yes, I am.
All right.
But if I wouldn't have voted, I still would have got the same resource. But Tim would have said, "Well, since you didn't vote, you might have well said you voted for Trump since you didn't vote at all."
I am absolutely saying that.
No.
I'm absolutely saying that.
I did not vote for Ronald Reagan. I did not vote for freaking Joe Biden. I didn't even vote for Obama. I did not even vote for Obama.
You don't have no voice.
I gotta move it on, folks. I gotta move it on. We'll wrap it up.
I'll be back though after a while.
All right. I got you. Paul Bill, you gotta come. It's amazing you came up with all that. You can come up anytime.
I'm sorry. I kind of like Gangsta Grandma. A lot of times I use that's a commercial break. When she come on, I usually go somewhere else and look at something else, or I usually leave your live.
She got all kinds of skills you can learn from her. You need to listen to her.
I don't need no skills. I'm good.
Sound like she can give you the Holy Ghost. He's shocking, knocking. I gotta move it on though. Paul Bill, thank you. He gave me the Master P. Make him say, in the comments real quick. That went off the rails. Okay. Red states pay less in taxes than all blue states. Much less. So much less. These states have budget deficits. Almost all have military bases, says Guyman. Yeah, they do also have far less safety nets in red states. The amount of folks that are insured, and just all of the things you might need if something go wrong. The red states do not. The red states have that pull yourself up by your bootstraps, self-reliance mentality. If something go wrong, you need to figure it out. There is no safety net for you. They do believe that. You know, a lot of folks on the right say, if you don't work, you don't eat. Even if you're not working because you're disabled or something. It is a pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality. Going back to the box. By the way, the poll still goes 458 respondents. Do Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? I mean, this is a high number, considering that the Democrats are propelling Muslim politicians to Senate and things like that. 44%. And this is a decent poll number. I mean, my poll is growing, but 459 people out of an audience that I have folks on both sides or all sides, 44% say, yeah, Muslim politicians at the national level do concern them. 56% say no. Handsome conservative, how would you answer that?
Okay, first of all, what was the poll?
Do Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? Muslim senators, trying to put Muslims in the Senate.
Yes.
You say yes.
Yes, you don't have to finish. Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because they worship a false religion, a false god, and they try to, their narrative is to make everybody Muslim. That's in the Quran. So everybody is to become Muslim.
So you believe
that is actually in the Quran. But can I? The reason I came up.
Wait. Before hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
Before you, and we'll get into your reason. I just want to make sure I get clarity. You believe the Quran is a false? You believe Allah is a false god, and what's coming out of the Quran is a false religion?
Yes, because the Quran tells the people. The Quran says to follow the people of the Bible, and the Quran contradicts the Bible. But when you ask a Muslim why they follow the Quran, they say the Bible has been corrupted. But their own book says the Bible cannot be corrupted. So it is a false religion. And that is all directly from the Quran. It cannot be disputed. I challenge you to look up the Quran and look it up yourself.
Wow.
But that's not why I came up.
Why did you come up? Why did you come up?
Why I came up is those last two guests were making it incredibly complicated on the topic of religion.
Right, I agree.
Okay, I wanted to set it straight from the Bible, which is what you should always do. Don't listen to opinion. Go directly to the Bible.
Well, yeah, but anybody
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but when you
Jesus Christ.
Your discussion of the Bible is based on opinion. Everybody interprets that book differently.
No, if you let me finish, I can explain.
Go ahead.
The Bible does not change in the basics. Okay? Jesus Christ said on the cross, it is finished. Everything that had to be done for your salvation has been done. Works will not get you into heaven. Good deeds will not get you into heaven. Being freaky with 3 people in the bedroom will not get you into heaven. The only thing Jesus Christ asks is that you put your faith in Him and His finished works for you. It is a gift, not of works, but by faith.
Okay.
Period. Full stop. Blank.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not religious. It's just hearing them talk, hearing you talk, it just complicates it even more for me.
Okay.
I mean,
it's not complicated. You need to ask yourself this: if Jesus died for your sins, for everybody's sins,
right?
And He said, "It is finished." Everything that has to be done has been done, and every Bible in the world says you are saved by. It is a gift by faith through grace. That is all you need to know. You cannot work your way to heaven like Muslims believe they can pay for their sins. You cannot pay for your sins. Otherwise, Jesus wouldn't have needed to die on the cross for your sins.
How about
earn your way to heaven?
How about this?
You can't work your way to heaven.
I was told to ask you, is Jesus black? Or was he black?
Jesus, that's a good question. I would say Jesus was Middle Eastern. I wouldn't say he was black, but I definitely wouldn't say he was white. He had hair like wool, so Jesus was. Damn it! I can't think of it right now. Jesus was Jewish.
Okay.
Basically, Jesus was Jewish, but he was not white.
All right. So there
are white Jews. There are black Jews. There are Jewishes of different color. But in the Bible, every Bible says he had hair like wool. If you want the best way to find out, don't look at the King James Bible or any other Bible. Go straight to the Ethiopian Bible. It's the oldest Bible in the world. and it has all full 86 books.
Let me ask you.
Ours has 66 or something like that.
Let me ask you: is it a sin to deliberately try, I guess, for racial supremacy purposes, to alter the appearance of Jesus, like to lie and say he's a white guy when you know he's not? Is that considered a sin? I mean, you know.
No, it's not. It's not a sin.
How can it be?
Look, let me explain it to you like this. I was told this a long time ago, and I believe it holds true now. If you are worried about the color of the skin of Jesus Christ, you are missing the message. The message is there's only one race, and that's the human race. Black, white,
You
gray,
sound like
purple,
Smokey.
it does not matter.
Here's what I don't get. How can it be a sin to use Jesus' name in vain, but it's not a sin to deliberately lie about his appearance? I don't understand that.
Ask Jesus when you meet him. But all I can tell you is it is not complicated to be saved. The Bible's very clear. You can be sure that you are going to heaven. It only asks one thing. He only asks one thing. Put your faith in his finished works that he did for you. Salvation is a gift, not of works, so no man may boast or brag. I mean, we are all sinful. If we could pay for our own sins, he wouldn't have to go up there.
Yeah,
It's just that simple.
I got someone that wants me to ask the device a question. Alexa, what is the doctrine of discovery?
The doctrine of discovery is a 15th century policy that, like Christian European powers, claim lands inhabited by non-Christians simply by discovering them, treating those territories as theirs to possess. John Marshall introduced it into U.S. law in the 1823 Johnson v. McIntosh case, giving the discovery nation title over other nations. It's been condemned as a colonial, racist ideology and was formally repudiated by the Vatican in 2023, while indigenous peoples continue to challenge its legacy. Want to learn about how
Alexa,
this
stop.
doctrine was...
Are you familiar with that, conservative?
I apologize. Maybe it's because I'm on a different platform, but that was very garbled. I didn't hear much of anything.
All right. Basically stealing land because you're European, stealing land from dark peoples. I mean, it's more colonization.
Okay,
basically.
first of all, as a Christian, and this is just me speaking as a Christian, dark people, white people, Chinese people, all of us, nobody owns the land. We all came from one place, all of us. We all spread out. The Bible tells you this. We all spread out all over the world. That's what we were supposed to do. That's why people moved to China. That's why people moved to England. That's why people stayed in Africa. We all came from the same place. We all spread out. Africans do not own Africa. They did not create Africa. They did not make the land. It doesn't belong to them. That's where they live.
So we don't own America.
We don't own America. You didn't create America. You didn't make America. You didn't create the land. You don't own the land. The Bible says we were supposed to go forth and multiply, and that's what we did. We spread out after the Tower of Babel. We spread out to all lands when he confused the language. That's also in the Bible. We spread out everywhere. Do you think humans just automatically popped up on each continent willy-nilly? They all came from the same place. Their skin color changed due to the environment that they lived in, but we are all from the same place, and we all spread out.
Yeah,
that's also in the Bible.
I've been told we all got African in our blood, so everybody's African American in this country.
That's right. So the next time somebody tells me I got white privilege, I'm gonna tell them, hold on, Don't talk to a black man like that, because we all come from Africa.
You got light skin privilege. How about that? Because you got white South Afrikaners there. Those folks that Elon was letting in the country, they were African Americans, but they had white privilege.
Look, I think the whole privilege thing is cute. It's adorable. It's a great talking point.
Shit, that shit is real. That shit is as real as our conversation.
The truth of the matter is, it only serves one purpose, and that's to divide people like you and me. That's the only purpose it serves. It's a man-made thing to tear you and me apart. We all come from the same place.
Wait a minute, hold on. So you let me make sure I get this clear. So you don't believe white privilege is real?
I don't believe white privilege is real. I do believe that people can be racist from both sides of the aisle. If you want to talk about race,
do you believe? Do you believe
racist? Like your last guest today, he was talking about or that video you played. Excuse me, it was a video you played. They said on the video, it was Michelle Obama ended her talking point with, and that's racist. Anytime somebody ends a talking point with, and that's racist, that.
Do you believe? Hold on.
It's a division.
Do you believe white privilege ever existed in America?
No, I believe whiners exist in America.
Hold on. What is? I'm curious. What is when you hear white privilege that never existed in America? What do you think white privilege is?
I don't think white privilege is anything. It doesn't exist. Look. I am white, but I'm also Native American. Does that mean that I'm a victim? I'm Irish and Cherokee.
Do you? Let me ask it to you this way.
Am I a victim? What is this my land because I have Cherokee blood? Because if it's my land, I really would like you and everybody else get off of it and give me my land back.
Well, if you
see how silly that is?
No, it's not silly, because if you do have Cherokee in your blood, there are things that our government has done for you. They didn't do enough, and you are a victim. Yes, that part of your ancestry has been victimized. But what I want to ask you is, you don't believe there was ever a time that being white in this country was a privilege over other people? You don't ever believe that existed?
No.
So if I'm born black into slavery and you're born white into freedom, you don't see you having any privilege over me at all?
No, because most white people back in those days did not own slaves.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Only the very rich owned slaves. You got to understand, there were more white people that are just as poor and didn't own human beings because they couldn't survive. They couldn't survive as is.
That ain't what I'm talking about.
There's no such thing as privilege. Look, if you want to talk privilege, I'll be more than happy to talk to you about Donald Trump.
That's not what I'm saying. Hold on. You're talking about only 1% of whites owned slaves. It doesn't matter what percentage of white owned slaves. 100% of blacks pretty much were in slavery. So then we were all victims of the 1%, but we still were going to be in bondage.
Okay, hold on a second. Give me a moment.
Okay, look at here. There is so-called white tea privilege, okay? It's economically, it's socially, it's everything in between. I am sick. And you know what, Tim? This is why we call you a fluffer.
How the fuck did I fluff? That was no fluffing in that at all.
Push you back harder, Tim.
I'm not going to look.
Because you know there's white tea privilege.
No. I'm not going to look.
Redlining. What's redlining? That was what, Tim? Everything that white tea man done. Our black ancestors was what? Well, our ancestors were what slaves? They owned us. Come on, Tim. If they were walking down the street.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, gangster grandma. Missed you, hon.
Tim?
He's talking to you.
What did he say? I couldn't even hear him.
Repeat that, conservative.
I said, hi, gangster grandma. I missed you.
I bet you did, you fucking buttercup looking, fucking buttermilk, dirty ass biscuit. Let me break this shit down to you. You uncooked buttermilk biscuit. Let me tell you, there is white privilege, dog. There is white privilege, okay? You may not like it. You may not like what your ancestors did, buttermilk biscuit, but it is some white privilege, Pookie and Ray Rays. There really is some white privilege because you can walk down the street. You can walk. Look, I'll show you what white. I can show you what white privilege is.
Okay, let him answer you.
No. Look, I'm gonna give you an example of what white privilege is.
Is it the white person that I have in me, or is it the Native American that you say you
Oh my God!
It's the fact that our society. It's the fact that our society treats you like you're white. That's where you get. That's where the benefit is. The fact that society treats you like you're white. What I'm shocked about is you saying.
Hold on. What white privilege is too? Let me give him a good example. What just happened to a white tea privilege? Okay, there was a white tea man that had a big pew pew, right? Went and was popping people, right?
Okay.
And guess what they did to him? They did not unalive him. He got handcuffed. Now, if it was a BLK man that did that, they would have unalived him. That's white tea privilege right there. That's white tea privilege. You know, when a black woman or a black man goes into a bank, they judge us for our color of our skin. They ask us to do a lot more shit to get that loan. A white tea man go up in there and get it faster than anything. That's white tea privilege, dog.
Holy crap! All this time I thought it was based on your credit score.
No,
it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You know what they did to black people? You know what they did to black people? If we had our pictures hanging in our fucking living room, they would have gave us a lower score and appraisal for our home.
Something that was said, and you know, I mean, I get that some people need to be divided, but I'm not one of them. Okay,
I'll explain it. Okay, if you're driving, I'll explain it on the other side. Now, you and I do disagree on this handsome service. Certainly, look, if the argument is being made that whites have no privilege in modern times, we can debate that. But for you to say they didn't even have privilege during the era of slavery, it is shocking. I don't know. I mean,
no, I'm saying because you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying the very rich that actually own human beings. Now listen to what I'm saying. The very rich that actually own human beings had privilege. But there are just as many poor people that were white that didn't own human beings.
That's still because
the point isn't black or white.
No.
The point is
you're wrong. You're wrong because
like today.
Okay, you're wrong because even if you were born poor during that time, you still had hope and a possibility. As a black person, you couldn't open up a business. You couldn't roam the country. You couldn't get a loan. There was no hope for you to climb the social ladder. Like J.D. Vance being born poor in the Appalachian Mountains. If you were born during that era as a black man, there was no hope. No matter how intelligent you got, there was no hope.
You know what's crazy about this shit? He literally had every right to go vote.
I get those days are over with, but you said in those days there was no privilege.
Tim, Buttercup, my little cupcake, my little chocolate cupcake. You know what's white privilege? That he had the right to go vote before we did. That's white privilege.
That's another one.
Black people had to go and fight and get our shit beat out of us to get our fucking rights to vote. That's white privilege right there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Everything was handed to the white man. You know what? The system was made for the white man. That's white privilege.
Can you do anything that I can do?
Well, yes, you can do anything that you can do, but I'll just tell you this. The statistical probability of bad things happening, like with police interactions and the way the system treats you and stuff like that, the statistics still favor you over me. I'll give you me as a person, me as an example. I got a letter when I used to purchase properties in Chicago and told me I was part of a class action suit. I brought this up before in the show. And it turns out, even though I was buying properties and thinking that things was going well, I wasn't short for money. I was middle class on my way up. I get a letter telling me that you're part of a class action suit, Countrywide Financial, and it was another bank I was fucking with. They were deliberately giving higher interest rates to black people, and they had done it to me. And there was no way for me to know that. I didn't know, but they had deliberately gave. So yeah, there's still stuff. No, you're not. It ain't as bad as 1920.
Can I ask you a question? Did you say that was when you were buying property?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just point this out real fast?
Sure.
That's some black privilege. I've never been able to afford.
You're not hearing what I'm saying though. What I'm saying is if I'm trying to reach the upper echelons or become middle class or an upper person, and a white person is doing it, and they're giving that white person better interest rates than me, then that means that person may be able to get an extra car this year, or maybe be able to branch out and do some remodel the kitchen or something, because they're paying a lower mortgage than I am. And they're only paying a lower mortgage because they're white. They got my rate higher. That's privilege.
Let me say two things, and I'll drop down because I know Gangster Grandma wants to talk to you. All right, one, keep with the division and see how far it actually gets the Democratic Party, because it hasn't worked so far.
You think the right is preaching unity?
And number two, I don't want to be divided from anybody. I don't think I'm better than anybody. I don't think that the skin color matters. So I'm going to stay on my side of the lane. My side of the lane
is all white. Your side is all white. You're a conservative. Your side is all. If you're saying you don't want to stay divided, you should be. The Democrats is the party that looks like the fucking rainbow. Your side is all white. You're gonna, as long as you stay on that side.
No, first of all, my side isn't all white. There are several Mexicans. They're not white. There's several African Americans. They're not white. There are several white people. There are several Indian Native Americans. They're not white. And they're all in the Conservative Party or the Republican Party. Okay. That's not true.
All right.
But the Democrats, you know I can't be a Democrat. I can't stand for murdering children. I don't get health care.
I understand the pro-life stance. I do understand it, but I'm telling you, if you're in favor of unity versus as opposed to division, now you did vote for Trump. Trump has been talking division ever since coming down the golden escalator. So I don't.
Yes, but what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Do you remember what I told you?
You told me,
Trump one time. Do you know why I didn't vote for him?
You do get a point, because you did say the reason you stopped voting for Trump is he was preaching division. So I do give you credit for that.
All right. So look, I really do want to go. I know Gangster Grandma is wanting to talk to you. I just came up to say what your subject was before. They were making it complicated, and I thought somebody should tell you. It's already been paid for, dude. You just need faith. That's it.
All right. Handsome Conservative, always a pleasure. Thank you. Tap the screen, get the lights on up to 160.
You know what, Tim?
Talk to
give
me.
Me my pen.
You got 5 minutes.
No, give me 10 minutes, because
you've been talking to him. You've talked to him as well. I got 5. You've been talking to him.
No, I'm talking about, I want to spend 10 minutes with you.
Talk. Just talk.
Let me tell you something, Tim. For real. I can't stand the white people saying there is no such thing as white privilege. On God, that's why I go off on their asses. They're ignorant. They're fucking ignorant. You know what I mean? Come on now. Now we got, like you said, America last. Yeah, we're all last. We are the laughingstock of the world. Everything that this man has done for him, not for us. If I want my tax dollars to go on people to get food stamps, that's what I want my tax dollars to go on.
They took Gangster Grandma down. Oh my goodness. What they took Gangster Grandma down. Let me see here. They didn't take down my live. Look, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I ain't seen it. You guys ain't tapped the screen in a while anyway. They don't like Gangster Grandma. They don't like Gangster Grandma at all. Those absolutely was and is. Look, I'm going to make it clear. I don't push back like Gangster Grandma. I don't cuss out my guests and disrespect folks, which is why she said I wasn't pushing back on Handsome Conservative. Handsome Conservative, we have a different opinion politically, and I don't mind that. He supports the program, and even if he didn't, I believe in free speech. But I vehemently disagree with his stance on white supremacy. or bet not white supremacy, but on white privilege. There's people in the police department. There are plenty of white people that admit white privilege exists. It's for the most part, if someone is telling you white privilege doesn't exist or never has existed or whatever the case may be, it's always someone on the right. Go figure why. I don't know why only people on the right see it that way, but the people on the left and the independent community do see it. I'm willing to debate what level does it like for instance, a lot of my folks, like Gangsta Grandma just said, and I think Stick the Rule is another one, who believes that white privilege versus black is so bad that, you know, a black person can't do this or can't. I don't believe there's anything a black person cannot do that a white person can. I believe it's a statistical probability, though, that there may be a adverse encounter for blacks, certainly when dealing with the police. Like Sandra Bland or refusing to get out of the car or something like that. You know, so you get black folks like Stick saying, well, that shows that I can't resist getting out of the car. They're going to just kill me. No, that doesn't happen to everybody black. There are plenty of videos of black people not cooperating with police and fighting back, and they don't all die. They don't all get tased. They don't all get beaten. And there are some white people fighting back that do get tased and do get beaten. But as I said, I go by the statistical probability. The statistics say that you are better off in those encounters being white than you are black. It doesn't guarantee you're going to have a better outcome being white or a worse outcome being black. But the statistics are in your favor if you're white. It's like playing a game of blackjack at the casino. You're not guaranteed to lose. You're not guaranteed to win. But there are statistics involved. You are more likely to lose than you are to win. And that's where I go with. Now, that's in modern time. That's in 2026. The statistical probability is more favorable for whites than it is blacks. Doesn't mean you're guaranteed a damn thing, because there's plenty of whites who will tell you, I had to work hard and all this stuff. Yeah, but the statistical probability of you climbing a ladder and things like, there's just better systems in place that you may latch on to one than somebody who is black. But that doesn't mean somebody who is black can't reach the pinnacle of success either. But that's in 2026. 1956, 1926, the statistics were worse back then. The statistics were much worse back then. Like I mentioned, playing the game of blackjack. You have a chance of winning, but there's a greater chance the house is going to beat you. 1956 is like making you get up from the blackjack table and sit down at the slot machine. Now you have a significantly lower chance of winning per pool than you did playing blackjack. And if you go back to the 1800s, now it's like playing the lottery. Not to say you still can't win. Maybe something may go in your favor, but the statistics are not on your side. There are African Americans that may have prospered even in the 1800s. But like I said, now you're talking lottery odds. Early 1900s, slot machine odds. Now, blackjack odds. That's the point I'm making. And I do believe those odds is where the privilege lies. You're better off being the house than you are the player. But the house can lose to some players. You're better off being white than being black. But just like some players can come to a casino and win, some African Americans can prosper. The odds are in favor of the house, but that doesn't mean people don't occasionally win. That's the way I look at it. So I don't believe anybody's guaranteed to fail in 2026, even if you're a person of color. I don't believe you're guaranteed to fail, guaranteed to have a bad outcome with the cops. I don't think any of that is guaranteed. But the statistical probability of it happening is greater for people of color than it is for white people. And like I said, there's people in law enforcement that will tell you that. So go figure. Anyway, I appreciate you folks tuning in. We are all entitled to our opinions. That is true. Samuel in the comments. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats before I wrap it up. I don't think I did. But look, some people ain't going. There are plenty of people back in during the Martin Luther King era that were denying white privilege even then. You can go sit in any restaurant. You can go drive through any neighborhood. How the hell are you gonna tell me you don't have privilege over this guy? Like handsome conservatives said, only 1% of white people own slaves, so we didn't have any privilege over you. Hey, all right, you can go get jobs, and you can go. There are whole schools and communities that won't let a black person do a damn thing in this community. Even though you are dirt poor as a white person, you still can go where you want without being restricted until you can't come in this bar for a drink, you can't come in this restaurant for a sandwich. There's plenty of privilege. You guys have all heard about the Green Book. Most of you folks, I assume, have. They had a movie over it, where when African Americans traveled across the country, now that's in my parents' lifetime, so this isn't hundreds of years ago, but because there were so many restaurants and gas stations that would not serve black people, they had a book letting them know when you're traveling across country, which gas stations and which restaurants and places like that are safe to stop in so that you avoid the minefields. Because if you walk in a gas station that does not serve blacks, there may be violence. They don't just tell you got to go. They may call the cops and you may get arrested in this unknown little town. And now you in some small town jail where worse things may happen to you. White privilege is not having to worry about shit like that. White privilege means you can stop at every gas station along the route, even the black ones. If your car breaks down in a black neighborhood, they're all going to serve you. And there's nobody in the black neighborhood that can pick up the phone and call the police, and the police come and they're angry you stopped in a black neighborhood. That's the privilege. And you didn't need to own a slave or be wealthy to have any of that. That's a privilege. You could be dirt poor, and you can stop in any business or establishment without fear of somebody calling the cops on you or threatening. That's a privilege. Nothing to do with owning slavery. So that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is only that down since your party. I don't get what you're saying there, though. I only came up to straighten out. Thank you, conservative. I appreciate you coming up, but you did answer a privilege question. So I'm just simply saying that privilege absolutely existed. And the statistical probability of adverse conditions suggests it still does exist to some degree. Now, God mind says, so the Romans persecuting Christians wasn't white and religious privilege. Look, I don't know why people deny it. To me, look, we've moved on. We're trying to right the wrongs of the past. And the goal is to make sure everybody's treated equal. To me, that would be the best course of. I don't know why people deny the ills of the past or do not want it talked about. There are people who don't want books on slavery, don't even want to discuss. I mean, I don't know why. It's part of history. It happened. Whether or not you like it. I mean, the Trump administration is trying to remove books and stuff on Black history and trying to restore stuff on the Confederacy. I don't know. You're fucking with history. This stuff happened. Our country, like many countries, was founded on dark colonial slavery type shit. It happened. Everybody, this isn't the Garden of Eden where the Native Americans, took the rib and made two white men, and all of a sudden Christopher Columbus came along smiling. That's not how it happened. It was dark. They raped and enslaved and murdered people by the thousands. I don't know why people don't want to tell the truth. Everybody knows that's how it started. Why prevent children and upcoming generations from learning the truth? That just they always say those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, and those who try to prevent history from being known intend to repeat it. I don't know, but there's no reason not to tell what happened. That's all I'm saying. There's no reason not to be honest about what happened. Because when you're not honest about what happened, then it makes it look like you got some kind of sinister intentions. Just put all the shit on the table, prevent it from coming out in a trickle-down effect, which is what has actually been happening over the years. And that's what's been upsetting folks, is that little trickle portions of what went on come out. There's a group of people that are upset. There's a group of people that are denying what you're finding out. And then it just continues on. Just put all the shit on the table. I think if we had actually been honest about what took place in years past, we could have moved on from this stuff a long, long time ago. But every now and then you see a new movie coming out showing how some black sergeant got spit on by white members of the military and shit because of how you want to be the first black sergeant or first black ball player. Them stories keep trickling out. So this is what we got. But it should have just been all taught in its entirety in schools. And this could have been wrapped up by the silent generation. This could have been over. Well, actually, it couldn't because they were still doing it too. I mean, probably at least in the 70s. Because that's about the time they finally stopped doing it. It's around the 70s. So it is what it is. I wasn't coming on to talk about it, but when he pushed back, yes, they knew it wasn't black or women's rights. It was person rights, citizenship privileges. All right, so okay, I'll leave it at that. Anyhow, it's your boy Tim. As always, I appreciate the 100 and wow, some of you folks did smash that like button on TikTok. Some of you, not as many of you on YouTube. I'll give you the end results of my poll. 515 votes. Do Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? Mamdani, what is his name? I got it written down here. Abdul Al-Said, the Democrat nominee for Senate in Michigan. Do Muslim politicians at the national level concern you? Out of the 518 votes that came in, 43% say yes. That's a lot. That's a lot. If that is anywhere near reflective of this great nation, the Democrats have a problem in Michigan. That's a lot. And it sounds like the candidate that he ran up against, he barely beat her, and he did terrible with the black vote. So even black people may have a problem with Muslim politicians because she won the black vote in Detroit. So understand that's a problem. I'll say it like this. You see how Mamdani's out there jumping in pools with suits on and shit and being real friendly with the public? This dude needs to start doing that immediately. Because if he lost the black vote, he lost it handily. This Muslim guy in Michigan, he lost the black vote as well. In fact, the DSA, these socialists, for the most part, it's wealthier white people. It's not a lot of minorities jumping, well, Hispanics. Maybe the Muslims, but it's not a lot of minorities jumping on the bandwagon. The socialist crowd is mostly white people. So they do need to have that outreach is what I'm saying. They do need to have that outreach. Otherwise, you could end up having individuals sit home, which would be beneficial to the folks on the right. And as I stated before I wrap it up, the right, if you don't want socialism to take hold, you need to offer people something more than pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That ain't gonna fucking cut it. People are complaining about tuition, daycare, fucking minimum wage increase, healthcare. People complaining about stuff and talking about they're working 2 and 3 jobs, they can barely afford stuff, and responding with pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That ain't gonna work. The right side of the aisle has got to offer to do something for people, and they're just not. Everybody is not going to. A tax cut is not going to solve the world. You got to offer more than just a fucking tax cut. Telling a homeless person I'll give you a tax cut is irrelevant. Telling somebody who's making $30,000 a year you'll give them a tax cut ain't gonna do shit. Like Trump talking about no tax on tips, and that stuff is that. If an Uber driver, look, it helps a little bit, but they limited at $25K to begin with. That ain't gonna significantly improve the quality of that person's life. It's gonna take more than tax cuts. That shit helps out the people at the top, not the person that's entry level. The lady behind the counter at Dollar Tree, a tax cut ain't gonna do shit for her. So the right, if you don't want this socialism shit to take hold, you got to do more. You got to offer the people more than pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I got to go. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, give your guy a sub. See you tomorrow. Gotta go.